Good morning, everyone. This is December 6th. It's our Strategic Planning Committee of a whole. It's Budget Day 1 deliberations. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information may be included in the public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. So I'll call the meeting to order at 9:01. There's an agenda before us. Any additions? And if not, a motion to adopt. Councillor Cermak, all those in favor? Carried. All right, motion to adopt the minutes from the Strategic Planning Committee of a whole from October 30th. Any errors or omissions? If not, looking for a motion. Councillor Graham, thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Excellent. Now moving on to the operational budget overview, 4.1, and I will turn the introduction to the budget over to Ms. Serhan.
Hello, Strategic Committee members, leadership team, and all stakeholders. Before we get into the nuts and bolts or the dollars and cents of the budget, I want to take this opportunity to talk about my favorite subject, which is the community purse. The operational budget is where the level of services delivered by the county is decided. The more services that are added to the community purse, the more services the public is mandated to fund. Once council makes a decision to add a service to the operational budget, the ratepayers cannot opt out of funding that service, whether they use it or not. Ratepayers are given the opportunity to appeal what portion of the pie is for them to contribute, but not if the service is funded from the overall purse. Council must decide which services are important enough that each ratepayer must contribute to that service. Once the service is incorporated, its removal becomes challenging. Introducing new services not only escalates the community's overall expenses, but also raises the costs associated with existing services. Careful consideration is crucial as each added service imposes an additional financial burden. The first stop then are the draft operational budgets. And before we get started, I just want to reiterate the importance of today and the operational budgets. They are kind of what sets the tone for the whole overall community purse and what's added to that community purse and what gets paid through that community purse. The more services that are provided to the community, the more resources are required to provide those services, whether that's capital assets or human resources or time. So it's just imperative that the services that are in this operational budget are the ones that council or the committee, the Strategic Planning Committee, want to have funded through the community purse. Typically, what's funded through the community purse are things that are either economically beneficial for one person or one organization to provide that service, or it's a service that is necessary for the society or the community as a whole that private industry organization doesn't step up to provide that service. Again, this is where the decisions are made on how much comes from that community purse and therefore what the tax burden is on the ratepayers of Clearwater County. So I just want to be very clear that this is the place that the decisions are made today. The four-year financial plan has been reorganized for the 2024 budget. I'm really excited about how we're presenting the information today, and I'm hoping that it just brings more understanding as to how things are interrelated and how the tax overall is calculated to get what the tax burden is for the ratepayers of Clearwater County to have those resources to fund the services. Okay, so the financial data is provided as a summary document, and it would be beneficial to briefly go through what the data is and what it's saying. We'll come back to this document throughout deliberations as council confirms priorities, Any confirmations or changes to the information will be tracked below the bottom line to see how these changes affect the dollars that are left to allocate. So if you can bring up that 4-year financial summary for me, please, Lana. Thank you. So first, the columns. The columns moving to the right. The first column is the approved budget from 2023 with the adjustments that have happened throughout the year. Projected 2023. These are the projected actuals for 2023, and as a reminder, it is just an estimate, and they're subject to change well into February of 2024. We'll spend a little bit more time here probably tomorrow when we're talking about funding some of the assets that are required to for resources for the services that are decided on today. Draft 2024, this is the summarized budget to provide the operational service levels and move forward with capital projects to support these service levels. These have been identified in strategic planning meetings and workshops. The detailed budgets roll up to these summarized budgets that administration is recommending. The preliminary numbers for 25, 26, and 27. These numbers are for comparability and may not take into account inflationary amounts. These numbers do not form part of the budget that is adopted and approved. They are provided for information only. So second, the rows. The rows moving down on the left-hand side. The operating section. I've moved just the operating section so you can see what it costs to operate the services and programs provided to Clearwater County ratepayers. So the first one is revenues. That comes in the form of mostly tax revenue, but there's some grant revenue, some proceeds of sale, sale of assets. Oh no, sorry, that's in the capital revenue. Sale of goods and services, and some interest revenue. The expenses are all what it costs to run the operations of the programs and services provided to the ratepayers. And then restricted funds used for operations. So that's the funds that are used out of restricted surplus to fund operational programs. The net excess will go to fund future capital projects and 2024 debt principal payments. So moving down is the capital section, and capital revenues typically are grants or the sale of assets, and they're used for the sole purchase of purchasing or constructing capital assets. Capital expenditures, the funds required to construct or purchase these assets that will be used over multiple fiscal periods or years to provide the programs and services as decided on by Council and the Strategic Planning Committee. And the restricted funds used for TCA, these are the previous year's surplus dollars that are used to fund the construction or purchase of assets that will be used over multiple fiscal periods or years. With the goal being to have all capital purchases flow through restricted surplus, the net excess or deficiency should be zero. That means that all capital purchases should be funded through restricted surplus or capital grant revenue or sale of assets. If the current year funds are being used for a project, unrestricted funds designated for future use would increase, and restricted funds used for tangible capital assets would increase. So that means you're just putting it into, for example, one of the programs we're going to talk about tomorrow is the gravel road rehab program. So it's typically been funded through tax revenue because it's the same consistent, steady number year over year. So you would just see that go into a public works capital restricted surplus account. So the bottom line there, the unrestricted funds designated for future use should go up by that amount, and then the restricted funds used for TCA would also rise by that amount because you're using funds that are in restricted surplus, even though it's within that current year. So the next section is just the additional items that don't fall within operating or capital. So that's the principal payments on the long-term debt. We have one debenture that funded the construction of the lodge within the town of Rocky Mountain House, so it isn't an asset that's owned by Clearwater County. It's an operating expense. The interest is in our operating expense, and the principal payments come out of the tax revenue on that line there. And then, of course, the unrestricted funds designated for future use. So this is the line that dictates future priorities and where you're going to fund those, where the dollars come in to fund those future projects, or as we move into funding capital purchases totally from restricted surplus, it could be an asset funded in that current year. So now that I've kind of summarized what those numbers mean, or what they indicate, we're going to just talk about what the numbers are and what those numbers are telling us. So projected 2023, the following is a brief overview of the variance analysis of budget to actual for 2023. And again, 2023 is yet to be completed, and these numbers are subject to change. Operating revenue is above budget in two areas. The investment income is above budget due to the increasing interest rates over where we thought they would be when the 2023 budget was set. And also the sale of lots in Nordegg is above budget. The lot sale revenue will be used to offset the expenditures for developing the infrastructure and the lots that are being sold in Nordegg. We'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow also. So the operating expenditures are sitting lower than budget due to staff shortages and anticipation of lower bad debt expense. Any of the capital projects that aren't completed will only see a recognition of the grant revenue that was spent or moving dollars out of the restricted surplus accounts as it is being spent. If projects are rolling into 2024, those dollars will be available that weren't spent in 2023. There were still capital projects being funded through current tax dollars in 2023. That is why there's a net deficiency in the capital projects. Capital required $7,558,390 from the excess operating funds in 2023 to cover those expenditures, and the largest one being that gravel road rehab program. In future, you would see the unrestricted funds designated for future use increased by that amount, and the restricted funds used for TCA increased by that same amount, thereby leaving the net excess or deficiency sitting at zero. And I just want to note that the overall surplus, there are a few things that are uncertain in the projected numbers. I'm comfortable allocating about $4 million out of the projected surplus from 2023 into future years. And even though that dollar amount seems like a large number, having your capital budget at 59 million and your operating expenses at 48 million, 4 million out of 107 million is like 3.7%. And I don't think that we want to be any tighter than that. We had a really good year in 2023. There weren't a lot of issues. There weren't a lot of bumps in the projects or the programs. And there was a lot of vacancies in our staffing. So that contributed to that projected number being significant in dollar amount. But again, 3.7% surplus, not a big cushion there. So the 2024 draft operating budget, each department will be presenting changes to their operating budget. Most of the increases are directly related to increase in the level of services provided, and each will have details on those. There's also some increases due to inflation and the difficulty in getting those materials and supplies and contracted services and having to go outside of their normal range of those goods and services and contracted services. So both revenues and expenses vary from year to year based on a myriad of variables. This ranges from the cost of the supplies to grant availability, to course availability, to contractor rates and partner organization work plans. All variables are taken into consideration when identifying required budgets for current or proposed service levels. So even though, you know, staff and administration look to the past to develop that draft 2024 budget, it is not what I would call zero-based budgeting. We don't take the budget to zero and start over. We do depend on those past numbers, but each program is looked at, and like I said, each item that money needs to be spent on is looked at as far as the cost of the supplies, again, the grant availability, the course availability for development of the staff, the contractor rates, and the partner organization work plans. So it is very close to zero-based budgeting. It's not just taking last year's budget and adding 3%. It's doing a lot of work on what is happening in the economy, in the community, and what staff and administration feel is the atmosphere for moving forward with those services. So this budget assumes inflationary costs at varied levels depending on the services or supplies being purchased for the 2024 year, as well as the 3% salary market adjustment. Grid adjustments are budgeted into 2025 through 2027 also. Well, and of course in 2024. The budget also assumes an overall tax revenue increase of 2%, which could include increases to assessment values and or tax rates. However, this can be revisited after the presentations of both operating and capital budgets to identify revenue required for council priorities. The balance of the operating budget increases are tied to the last police funding model increase and service level increases such as increased community services programming, heritage programming, and additional paved road maintenance. So with that, that's a pretty, you know, big picture overview. I would take any questions that you have on that, and then we will move into the individual departments today. We'll be presenting only their operating budgets and talking about the levels of service and any changes that happen to the levels of services within their programs and services.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
I appreciate the narrative of helping us with definitions and how we are going to go about today with the numbers. So a little bit of words with a little bit of numbers, so all good. Any questions for Mr. Hand? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Eve. I wonder if you could speak a little bit about risk, future financial risk, just to help us give a mark of what we need to accomplish.
The risk of
funding these programs in the future.
Well, there's several different funding risks. You know, tax revenue in this community is funded, I mean, it varies from year to year, but from 85 to 90% through industry assessment. So if that assessment or part of that assessment is pooled into the province and the province decides to divvy that out, of course that's a risk. I don't know what that looks like, or you know what time frame they would take to implement that. The first step to that, of course, was taking the industrial assessment into the province's realm, and it is definitely a risk. How big of a risk? I can't speak to that because I don't know. The grant revenue, I feel, is pretty steady. The province has decreased the grant revenue to the municipalities to basically two different funding sources. The province has, over the years, amalgamated all of their grants, and they're calling it, it was MSI, but it's called Legislated Government Fiscal Framework, I think. Something like that, LGFF. And it just encompasses all of the funding that they are going to provide municipalities on a regular basis. And it's dropped basically to about $2 million, and I don't see it changing in the near future. And the other funding source is the one that the province brings to municipalities, or the federal government brings to municipalities through the provincial government, and that's the community building fund, or it was the federal gas tax fund previously. So you'll see that tomorrow, those grant funds and how we've estimated them. I don't see them changing over time. And it depends on the economic stability and you know, how well the province is doing, that how much money flows into the municipalities for special projects. We've seen Clearwater County's been very fortunate, I guess, in one way, that STIP funding has still come to us for bridge reconstruction. In some instances, we see it, you know, less and less year over year. But on the other hand, there's, with the changes in what they identify as bridge structures, like we have over 150. So at one point, I think we had 177 bridge structures. I think they've taken out the smaller culverts. So I think our number has decreased just because of that, not because we have less bridges or those culverts went away. It's just what they identify as a bridge structure. So, you know, to say that we're fortunate to receive all this, to receive funding through the province for these bridge structures, yes, but they also donated to us 150 bridge structures, so. And investment income has been strong because we've had dollars sitting for future programs. The 10-year capital plan, as you'll see tomorrow, is aggressive and sees those dollars diminishing, so that even if the interest rate stays strong, those revenues will be at risk. And of course, the sale of goods and services that the county provides mostly don't cover the total costs of providing those services. It's not a money maker for the county. It's for example, the program of selling herbicides and pesticides within the community is to provide a source of those materials to the community, and it's to help the community with those programs. It's not, the county isn't selling those to make a profit, and does not make a profit on those. So those are our main sources of income, and it's probably not as big of a help as you would like, but that's, you know, I wish we all had a crystal ball and knew exactly what was going to happen in the future, but we just don't.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions for Mr. Hent? If not, we're going to start deep diving.
Yes, we're going to begin with Public Works Operations. So I'll turn the floor over to Director Magnus. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Swanson, Strategic Planning Committee members. Public Works Operations has the honor of being first and therefore presenting for your consideration and ultimately for your recommendation to Clearwater County Council the draft 2024 Public Works Operations Budget. Before continuing on in the presentation, I would like to respectfully request permission of the Chair that the committee allow me to present the Public Works Operations Budget agenda item in its entirety, and then upon completion, the committee will have the opportunity to ask any questions that have not already been addressed, if that would be acceptable to the Chair.
Absolutely.
Thank you. The Public Works Operations 2024 budget, with its focus on fiscal responsibility, aligns with Council's commitment to transparency and efficiency. In turn, administration recognizes the issues concerning our residents and businesses while ensuring the expenses of maintaining and running Clearwater County are addressed. Administration works through the complex task of managing resources to balance present needs and future growth. This Public Works Operations budget is a thoughtful response to the challenges presented by our current economic environment and thus was carefully created to avoid imposing undue burdens on our ratepayers while continuing to meet both council's and ratepayer service level expectations. As such, Public Works Operations for 2024 did an in-depth analysis of program efficiencies, historical spending, and inflationary trends. For 2024, as per council ratepayer expectations, service levels will remain constant, and the increase in the operations budget reflects this. The committee will note adjustments, both up and down, in salary-related categories as distribution of work plans, i.e. percent of wages, were adjusted by program area as needed to accurately echo the needs of that program. Also, as always, the Public Works Operations team looks to continuous improvement in each and every one of the programs. This includes the following. 1, can this be done effectively, i.e. in a timely and cost-effective manner, while at the same time maintaining quality, via an outside source, i.e. contracted out? 2, are we keeping current with best practices and industry standards? 3, what is the current technology? 4, are there more effective, cheaper products? 5, can we do this in-house, or should it be a combination of contractor and in-house? 6, are we managing stakeholder expectations? And finally, 7, what are our neighboring municipalities' strategies? In addition, in 2023, the administration costs of Public Works Operations and infrastructure were grouped together. Such costs are separated into 2 individual programs under each department for the year 2024 and beyond. Public Works, Infrastructure, and Operations has redistributed the cost center to better represent costs associated in each area of responsibility. As such, the transition of the engineering intern position into a project technologist position, as recommended by the Strategic Planning Committee of the Whole at the October 30th, 2023 meeting, is reflected under this program. Thus, other than basic inflationary considerations, the notable changes within the 7 categories, and therefore 39 programs to which Public Works Operations oversees, are as follows. Now, note, to assist with the presentation, a bar chart has been attached to provide a visual representation of 2024 Public Works Operations program expenditures relative to 2023. So if you want to reference that while we go through this, that will provide some additional assistance. Okay, so having said that, we're going to move into each of the 7 categories, and I will highlight the programs that are contributing to either the increase or decrease of that category and what has occurred within each of those categories. So if the committee members would like to first refer to page 60 in their binders, and I'll guide you through it and summarize some of the key programs and their significance to that category in regards to operations as a whole. So the first category is operations administration. So this, excluding, of course, the separation of the 2 administration now into both infrastructure and operations, in and of itself, we saw a decrease of 6.4%. Is it page 60? Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah.
It's there. It's all good. It's the one before 61.
Yeah.
think it's right on the whole document. Operating
Yeah.
summary. Oh, you're wanting the summary?
Yeah, I'm into the summary one,
Okay.
right, yeah,
Yeah.
into the summary.
It's not the right page number.
No?
Summary page.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'll give you time to find it. I got it, see, I have it all tabbed, so I'm ready to go, so.
These numbers are definitely a priority for 2025.
Okay. You are correct, yes, road maintenance, that's right.
You bet. Continue.
Okay, so the first one is road maintenance. Now, with this one, you're gonna see increase in this program, and that can be associated namely with contracted services due to the installation of heat trace to the shallow buried pipe along the east side of Condor Road. So as you may recall, some changes were made, a number of options were presented to council in regards to mitigating some of the concerns in regards to the Condor East Road and the sidewalk on the east side. And of course, with that design that involved approximately, I believe, 65 meters of piping. And due to its shallowness, it's not very, very deep, we are going to have to consider and watch it very carefully, and in all likelihood have to put in some sort of heat to allow, so as to prevent that pipe from freezing up. So that's where the major cost comes in, and some of the quotes we got back were basically around 90,000 to get that done. Now, having said that, as I had indicated earlier, we look for efficiencies. This is just one estimate, but we are continuing to reach out to other contractors as to finding the best possible route while being judicious with our money, okay? The next one is the airport. I know there are a number of ICC members here that were and attended the last ICC meeting with the town, and they provided the numbers associated with the airport. So with that one, Clearwater County contributes 50% financially towards expenses and receives 50% of the revenue for the airport. The 2024 operations budget are seeing increase in salaries and benefits, materials and supplies, but a decrease in contractual services and a transfer to capital. Okay, and so what you're seeing there are the numbers as presented to us by the town of Rocky Mountain House. That's the latest numbers. No further updates have been presented. That may still happen, and if that be the case, of course, we will adjust it accordingly and inform this committee of that. All right, moving on to category number 2. So this one is shop and fleet. So in shop and fleet, there are 4 programs, okay, involved within that category. And this one, we're seeing a 14.6% increase. And I'm sure for all of you, that's probably anticipated and not a surprise, just in terms of what we're seeing out there in the economy and inflation and so on. And that hit us directly. Cost of fuel, materials and supplies, okay, that is going up. And as per the October 30th Strategic Planning Committee of the whole meeting this year, this shop and fleet, particularly the Public Works shop, this is where we keep all the salaries in regards to our heavy equipment technicians and our fleet equipment supervisor. This will also reflect the apprentice heavy equipment technician position that was recommended by the committee to council at the October 30th. So that reflects that salary and benefits there as well. And of course, we continue to, and I'll go into this a little bit more detail as we progress through these categories in terms of our road network and the asphalt surfacing that we've done over the last couple of years. And there's a direct consequence associated with that. And as such, we have to bring on a few more pieces of equipment. So, of course, that is reflected in the budget as well. So the increasing needs for fleet and equipment support to maintain Clearwater County's road network infrastructure. All right, the third category we classify as utilities, gravel, and maintenance. There are a total of 17 programs in this one. This is one of our larger categories out of the 7. Okay. We're seeing a 7.2% increase in this one. And I will make note, there are 2 programs in there, namely the resource management and gravel pits reclamation one. That one is now, those 2 programs, even though it is shown in operations, they are overseen by infrastructure. So they have been transferred over to infrastructure, just to give you a heads up on that. So it's under Eric's purview now and his team in terms of managing those 2 programs. Nevertheless, the first program within this category that I would like to address that is contributing to this increase of 7.2% is the ditching program. Again, I have a page number with myself here. And in my book, it was shown as page 92, but is the ditching. As always, we want to maintain the current level of service as expected of not only this council, but council of the day and our ratepayers. And it comes down to, of course, protecting our infrastructure. And how we do this, of course, is one of the programs is ditching. And again, as a reminder to each of you, ditching is focused on areas that have ineffective drainage. And we ditch, or the program of ditching is to ensure overland drainage is diverted off our country roads and assist in erosion control. Now, currently we're unable to meet the demands and the service level that is expected, and we're falling behind. So what we've chosen to do is to increase the budget and contracted services and materials and supplies to accommodate 2 crews. Okay. So we're bringing on 2 crews to help us continue to meet the expectations as set out in that program and the service levels. The next one is the Nordic water system. Nordic has its own challenges, as I'm sure all of you are well aware of. And we see that as administration of Clearwater County. So we're seeing an increase in the Nordic water system. We've had some issues with our water lines, and they were our new water lines. And the new water lines have been in place since, if I remember correctly, 2013, 2014, when I first came on. I was involved in that construction, putting in and revamping the whole water system. And unfortunately, we saw some issues there this year. And as a result, we're going to, we upped the budget there just to allow for the cost of contractors getting out there, just in case. Not to say anything's going to happen, but we wanted to build a little bit better of a buffer there. Also, as of 2024, we're going to take on the operational component associated with the installation of the water meters. Infrastructure is still going to handle the installation of the water meters for 2024. However, come 2025, that will fall on operations. So your 2025 budget and thereafter reflects the fact that operation takes on the installation of the water meters. And of course, from 2024 on, the operational component associated with the maintenance of the water meters and such. Okay, so that's reflected there. And that was, again, page 100 in mine for that, for Nordic Water. The next one is the Town of Rocky Mountain House wastewater treatment system. Now this year, we had the opportunity to work closely with the town of Rocky Mountain House and come up with a wastewater capital funding agreement. And that was signed off not too long ago. And as per that agreement, we are responsible for contributing to their capital upgrades to their mechanical treatment facility. Therefore, that involved a $1 million contribution and a budget adjustment this year to the town of Rocky Mountain House. That comes out of operational. And then again, $1 million in 2024. And then finally, I believe it's just a little over 752,000, I believe, if I remember correctly, in 2025. So because we are not 50-50 owners or in any way, shape, or form in regards to that facility, it now becomes an operational budget item. And because operations oversees the operation of all the remaining wastewater systems within our county, along with the water systems, it naturally fell into our budget, okay? So $1 million there. And I'll talk a little bit about that when I summarize too and bring some things into context. The next one is the Condor wastewater system. Another one of our wastewater systems that we manage, along with Leslieville, and I'll touch on Leslieville right after. This one is on, in my case, page 105 for the Nordig one. Anyways, with this one, we're seeing an increase associated with salaries and benefits due to adjustment in program position allocations, namely as per Alberta Environment Protected Areas regulatory requirements. A certified small wastewater treatment system operator must oversee the facility. So we've been in contact, and we have our contacts with Alberta Environment Protected Areas. We really have a good relationship with them. And with everything going on in regards to what we've done with wastewater this year, namely Leslieville, of course, Condor as well, we've had some issues there, and we were dealing with them. The issue, the most recent one is we lost a pump, okay, it went down, and we have two there, so we have one going right now, and we've pulled the other, and unfortunately these pumps, wastewater pumps, that ultimately get the liquid waste to the lagoon, the Condor Lagoon, they're not cheap. We're starting at 25,000, or I should say 20,000 plus. And so that concerned us, and we said, my goodness, with only this many hours on these pumps, and they are off warranty, so, and the other pump seeing that same number of hours, what we've had to do is we put into budget to account for potentially replacing another pump in 2024 as well, okay? So also increase in contracting and engineering support, materials and supplies, increase in professional services. We've had to reach out to our engineering firm for some additional support, and we didn't have that line item in the past, engineering services, so you'll see that in there now, so that we can keep track of those costs more accurately rather than just bunching it into contracted services. So that's where you're seeing some of that increase there. Next one is the Leslieville wastewater system. This one, for me, is on page 108, but it should follow the Condor one. If you were able to find Condor, just flip a couple pages and you'll get to Leslieville. So as you know, the Leslieville wastewater one was a unique project, very innovative, and each of you had the opportunity to be there when the engineering firm, our engineering firm, Magna Engineering Incorporated, had the open house in regards to that facility. The thing we have to keep in mind, that lagoon, prior to these upgrades to a mechanical treatment system, was considered a conventional lagoon. Very simple operation in and of itself. As soon as you make it become a mechanical treatment facility, the operational costs go up. It's a given, okay? So this is where you're really seeing it. And because it's considered an innovative design, it is being heavily scrutinized by Alberta Environment and Protected Areas. Okay, they're keeping a very close eye on it, and there are certain things that need to be done, okay, to meet their standards and regulatory requirements. So keeping that in mind, as you can see there, I pointed out 3 points, 3 bullet points. So we're seeing an increase in contracted services and engineering support to cover Magna Engineering Services Limited role in supporting operations, which include weekly sampling, monitoring, and technical support. Now, this is going to be offset by the Alberta Innovates grant. As you may recall, there was a $500,000 grant, and a good portion of that was applied this year. There's still a remaining amount, and that is shown in your revenue component to the breakdown. And you'll see that, and I'm just going to refer to it here, that we're seeing other revenue general of $90,000. So that $90,000 is the Innovates grant, okay, to offset, and we can use that to offset the work that Magna will provide for Clearwater County in overseeing this facility over the next year. And the remaining amount then is broken out into 2025 and 2026. So that's $42,500 each there, and that'll use up the remainder of the $500,000 grant. Bullet number 2, groundwater wells. There's 10 wells which require monitoring, sampling, analytical testing, and reporting to be completed by a third party, as per Alberta Environment and Protected Areas regulatory requirements. Now, earlier I had indicated I gave you 7 points. There's 7 points that I pointed out in regards to what we do in operations. And we're always trying to find efficiencies. What can we do better? One of those being, can this be done in-house? So when we were made aware that this needs to be done, okay, and there are weekly sampling for the first year of 10 wells, that's not cheap. And the first quote we got in, I believe, was around $175,000 to have this done, something along that lines, more or less. So obviously we had to put that into the budget. Okay, there's no ifs, ands about it. These need to be tested as per Alberta Environment Protected Areas regulatory requirements, as per their requirements. So my team, being the way they are, they come into my office and they're like, "This is crazy, Kurt. You know, this amount. Can't we do this in-house? Can't we do this ourselves?" I said, "I'd rather reach out to our contact and see what they have to say." So yes, we can. And they laid out a few specifics that we need to be cognizant of and make sure that these certain things are done in the right manner. So we're looking into being able to do this in-house, and if we can, then you're going to see a savings of at least $150,000, $100,000 plus, okay, there. And obviously you'll see that one way, shape, form, and another as we progress through 2024. The other thing now, because we went to this mechanical treatment facility, the operational costs, as I said earlier, go up. So in my third bullet, I say there, I indicate increase in ongoing maintenance and repairs of this facility, biofilter media maintenance and repairs. And we need, in order to run this facility, we need an in-house level 1 wastewater operator. And as I had indicated to you, and I made mention of this, brought to your attention at the last Strategic Planning Committee meeting on October 30th, we are training people in-house to be able to do this. And no matter what anyone may say, if they say, "Oh, this is a self-sufficient, you don't need to worry about it, does its own thing," no, it needs people. and people to be there weekly. And there's an extensive operational component associated with it. And we are training up a couple of our people to get to that level, okay? Eventually to a level 1, and one of them, as I indicated at the October 30th Strategic Planning Committee meeting, is one of our heavy equipment technicians. Very talented individual, has the proper skill set, is excited to do this, and we have another individual, is one of our drivers, and so we're putting them through the courses and so on. And as a result of that, obviously, some of their time is going to be taken away from being, in this case, a heavy equipment technician, okay? And again, when we set out our salary and benefits, we obviously look at each of the programs and allocate our personnel accordingly. And so we allocated this person, some of their salary goes into being there to maintain this facility, okay? And the call outs and everything else. So there's a major part of why you're seeing increase in this program. The next one is the Nordic wastewater system. Basically, the biggest part here is just, and we all see it at home, every time I see that bill come in, my electrical bill, you know, I keep the curse words inside, and it's hitting us too. We're seeing it out there, and that's where some of that increase is occurring. Okay. All right, the next category, our fourth one, is surface roads. This one has 7 programs, okay, within this category. Now this one you're seeing 16%. It's really quite simple in regards to why you're seeing this increase here and a double-digit figure of 16%. Clearwater County is seeing an increase to the total length of surface roads, 19 lane kilometer increase in 3 years, double to 38 kilometers because both ways, because you got to remember, I'll take our plow trucks, for example, they go up one side, but they still got to come back the other way, okay? So you got to double that. So changes in the program are associated with cost of materials, salaries, and benefits due to adjustment in program position allocations. 4 additional personnel on contract November 1st to April 30th. The programs which are impacted by such changes include crack fill, line painting, paving and patching, plowing, sanding, and spray patching. Of those, the crack fill, line painting, plowing, sanding, and spray patching are seeing increases, okay? And that makes sense. We've had to go to 7 beats. Originally, we had 6, of which 5 we would use our own personnel, so 5 plow trucks, and we contracted the 6th one out. Eventually came to that point where coming into this year, and we saw it already last year, was the reliability of having a contractor just was not in the plans. We were plowing more. We were covering 6 beats with our 5 trucks, plow trucks, more than having the contractor on. So again, it's about providing a level of service, and we were not getting it. So we said, that's it. And we have chosen to move forward with using our plow trucks for the 6 original beats. But because we've now had the influx of this additional 19 kilometers, it sort of tipped the scale. It did tip the scale. In order to continue to provide that level of service, we've had to go to 7 beats. And as a result, that's 7 plow trucks. And with 7 plow trucks, you need 14 drivers. Okay? And we've had to bring on, in essence, 4 contract drivers. So what you're seeing now in that budget is the 4 additional drivers on contract, 4 personnel on contract from November 1st to April 30th. Okay. The next one is the chip seal. We continually monitor our surface road network, including that which is within each of our hamlets. Now, a couple years ago, we did a microsurface treatment in Alhambra and the Everdale subdivision. So this year, in 2024, in terms of continuing to maintain the integrity of our surface road network, we're going to do a microsurface treatment of the road network within the hamlet of Withrow. So what you're seeing there is the increase in costs associated with bringing in a contractor to apply that product within the road network of Withrow. So that's under the chip seal, and that was, again, page 116 for myself.
Kurt's page numbers lining up to yours? Okay, good.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Saran. The final program within the category of surface roads, this one, I brought this one to your attention just, I guess, to keep in mind, I know Council brought forward a motion in this year in regards to bringing back the dust suppression policy and the potential to relook at the SB 90. You're seeing there on page 120, dust control, you'll see that that one has very minimal increase to it, okay? What we're seeing here is a decrease associated with salaries and benefits due to adjustment in program position allocations. Let me just go to the right page here.
122.
So you'll see that it has decreased, and as I said, a decrease associated with salaries and benefits due to adjustment in program position allocations, specifically due to the manufactured oil dust suppression application option being discontinued. However, we are seeing increase in contracted services, materials, and supplies associated with the application of a water-based dust suppression. Okay, so we're continuing to see a decrease in this program in terms of the budget itself, just because slowly we're moving away from the SB 90, in essence, as related is to the warranty, okay? We're gonna finish our warranty basically in 2025 should be where the last remainder of our warranty contract, our contracts that are on warranty are finished, okay? Currently, just for your info, we have 25 contracts from 2021 that have 1 year left on their warranty, and 21 contracts from 2022 that have 2 years of warranty left. And we did 133 water-based dust suppression contracts this year, so that was the calcium. The next category is gravel roads. Now in this one we have 3 programs. And the first one I want to have all of you a reference and go to is the county grader pool, and that's found on page 133. So we have 11 contractor beats, 13 beats in total, in which 2 are in-house. Now, you'll notice there, I wrote that due to the increased maintenance expectation needs, the county grader, one of them, will maintain the Ochies Road and Busted Creek Road on a daily, weekly schedule. As such, an increase to contracted services is required so as to utilize a contract grader to assist in the maintenance of West Country roads as per required level of service demands. We all know how important the Ochis Road is to this municipality. And what we've been all trying to accomplish in this council in regards to eventually getting that road to an asphalt surface. In the meantime, we as operations recognized, okay, you know, we get these calls and more calls than we were comfortable with. Our comfort level is zero calls. And part of that reason was just the amount of roads in the West Country that beat needed to take care of. And then going out to the west, taking care of these roads, and then roading back to hit Ochis. And it just wasn't working in regards to meeting that level of service. So my team, we looked at it and said, okay, what can we do? So we reached out to a contractor out in the West Country, and they do a number of the province's roads, okay, particularly the Forestry Trunk Road, and we have a really good relationship with this contractor that's contracted out to the province, and sought their assistance. We said, would it fit your schedule to you go down this road anyways, Forestry Trunk Roads, et cetera, to hit some of these other roads, and while you're going through it? And they said, no problem, we can do that. And as a result, now the beat contractor is going to take care of the other West Country roads out towards Nordigs, et cetera, and our county operator will now remain on Ochis Buster Creek, weekly, daily. That is their assignment. And that's why you're seeing an increase there. The costs associated with us reaching out to, in essence, the province's contractor and asking them to assist us. Now, we put a number in there, it was 50,000 to account for that, but we don't believe it's going to be that. I think it's even going to come in less, just what they've already charged us to do some of the roads, which has been really a remarkable rate. So I think it's a win-win there. The next one is contracted grader pool, so an increase in fuel costs, decrease in material supplies, which reflect actual cost of blades in the year 2023. Another positive here is, as I'd indicated earlier, my 7 points, you know, looking at more cost-effective products and materials, and one is the changing out of our blades. We've gone to steel blades to carbide blades. These now last longer, so long as you use and operate these blades in the right manner. There is a touch associated with it. And we knew that, and part of our goal was to continue to provide a level of service in regards to the maintenance of our gravel roads, so that no matter where you go, whether you go in a beat in the northern part of our county to a beat in the southern part of the county, you're going to see the same level of service and quality of work. So that hopefully you get to the point where, short of, you know, the type of road you're dealing with, some are more clay, more silty sand, the quality is the same, to the point where you don't know a difference. You would not be able to tell that you're in a different beat. And what we've done is we've brought on a trainer, has an incredible reputation, and pretty well every other municipality uses this individual, and he comes in and he trains. He puts our operators on a 3 to 5 day course. Everything from a young guy that's been there for 2 years to a 30-year guy, and all of them walk away astounded in regards to the training they just received. Money well spent, and we're seeing that dividend. And that individual and his organization then helps them know how to handle these carbide bits too. And as a result, it's been remarkable in regards to the cost that has come down in terms of us having to purchase these blades, okay? So there's a cost savings right there, and that's why you're seeing materials and supplies dropping, because we no longer go to steel, and those wear out, and the carbide lasts longer, so as long as they're used properly, and we've mitigated that by bringing in a person to train these individuals up. We already have to book this individual a year ahead of time just to find a slot for him so that he can continue to bring the rest of our operators up to speed.
So you really could ride the grader in the training course.
Okay. The next one is graveling, and that's on page 138. Now, this one is a new program. Just give me an opportunity to get there. Okay. Again, we're looking at efficiencies. For many, many years, and Rick, more than anyone, would be the individual to give you a more historical perspective in regards to this, but we had a winter graveling and a summer graveling program. Over the years here, we found that, and kudos to Mr. Hansen and his team in construction in their road rehab, that our roads are becoming really good, really good. And the winter gravel program, part of the reason having that winter gravel program is to provide gravel to those roads to help mitigate potential concerns in the spring, okay? It helped to maintain the infrastructure, integrity, and the safety of these roads. By placing the gravel under frozen conditions, it provides a preventative maintenance with the least surface damage and highest gravel retention. Okay, and that was, in essence, the theory behind that. And the gravel is to assist with spring thaw to help minimize soft spots and muddy conditions. And for a number of years, when I first came on, it was very effective. And but again, re-emphasize this, and I just compliment our construction and what they've been doing with their roads. And that has started to drop off in regards to issues arising, such that this last year we did just a little over 11 kilometers worth of roads in our winter gravel program. Now, having said that, the winter gravel program is dependent upon the weather. You gotta have the right snow amount. The temperature's gotta be right, okay? You can't be too cold. You can't move forward with the winter gravel program. But when all was said and done, we did 11 kilometers. And really, again, the roads are so good, and why do we have to just do graveling in the winter? If we need to put gravel somewhere, we'll put it where we need it, when we need it, right? All year. So we decided, you know, rather than this calling this a winter and a summer graveling, two separate programs, let's just call it graveling. Okay, we'll combine it. That way, we make this program function in such a way that we apply, as I said earlier, gravel where needed, when needed, okay? Spring, summer, fall, whatever the case may be, okay? So, in essence, by doing this, we're able to reduce this budget by 8.5%. Okay, so definite savings there. The next category is solid waste. Within this one, there's 5 programs. Now we're seeing a slight increase of 3.1%. And I'll have you referred to page 147. The 2 programs that I'm going to key on is your transfer stations and collections. So transfer stations, again, is on page 147. With this one, where are you seeing the increase? It's associated with facility maintenance, demolition, and removal of unsafe facility structures. On that page itself, on page 147, you'll see the changes. So we're looking at site and facility maintenance increase with older sites and structures and providing safe winter season operations. So that what we're seeing here is crossroads, waste transfer facility, push pit, demolition and removal for safety issues, associated site works with removal of the closed former push pit, removal of former ag pesticide, granary. These facilities are no longer in use and can be safely removed. So that is our intention, and that's why you see an increase there in the transfer stations. It is to bring in the necessary contractors so that we're able to remove these structures. Also with that, the Nordic waste transfer facility removal and associated site works, demolition of the closed former push pit. Currently structures no longer safe for use, and plans to safely remove should be considered to occur in 2024. The next one is collections. So we're seeing an increase in contracted services, and this is largely due to the use of contracted interim collection services when the county front-end collections unit is down for repairs. We have one front-end collection unit. This unit is, let's just say we've been milking it along, and for a simple reason that it is a very expensive unit. If we were to purchase another one, well over $500,000, if not more, for one unit. So the unfortunate part of it is, even after the dissolution of the regional wastewater authority, solid waste authority, we still have, now in my books here, and if this number's incorrect in any way, but 231 in essence bins that we need to collect throughout the county. And this unit does it all, short of the roll-offs, which we have a roll-off truck, and that's your 40-yard containers, okay? And I believe there's about 20 of those. The remaining amount are all front ends. That's your 4 cubic yard, your 6 cubic yard, and your 8 cubic yard. And those are handled by that front end unit. So unfortunately this year, due to its age, mileage and hours on that truck, it has gone down. And we've had to reach out to a third-party contractor to come in and cover us off when that unit is down. And we have to do that because we don't want to have that picture of our bins overflowing and such, and it's not a pretty sight, and solid waste and recycling is an essential service. So what you're seeing there, that increase is bringing on that third party, and I put that into the budget should this unit give us issues again, okay? We have not put it into the 5-year plan currently in terms of purchasing a new unit because it is very expensive. And so our intent is we'll see where this council would like to go in regards to moving forward with the providing that essential service in terms of solid waste and recycling, plus in a 10-year plan, okay, because that will play a significant part in regards to how we move forward and potentially having to purchase another unit, if that be the case, or going to a contractor. Plus the other program one needs to keep in mind, and all of you have heard it, is the Extended Producer Responsibility Program, which comes into effect in 2025. So that's going to play a part as well in regards to how we manage our recyclables. Okay, so all of that is tied in together. So we're waiting for all of that, and these key variables before we move and get too far ahead of ourselves. So for now, we'll milk that truck along. Okay, the next one is, and final category is Nordic operations. And you're seeing a 17.4% increase there. That can be found on page 156. So really where the increase there is, again, it comes back to the additional paving we did in Nordic. In the past, wasn't a big deal in terms of keeping our material, our sand, chip material to mitigate the icy conditions and such and break that bond in regards to the snow to the surface road. No big deal, but we hit that tipping point again where with additional pavement that has occurred there, we're going to build in essence, a pole shed to allow us to keep that material under cover, okay, and preserve that material. So that's where you're seeing that increase in cost, is to put up that storage facility. Okay, so in summary, given the aforementioned, when it is all said and done, the 2024 Public Works Operations operating expenditure reflects a 10.59% increase compared to the approved 2023 Public Works Operations operating expenditure. Now, I have a few things I still need to say just to summarize this up, but I'm going to preface it with the following. I always say context is key. Context is king, okay? If we didn't have to make another contribution in 2024 of the $1 million to Rocky Mountain House, this would then reflect a 4.89% change relative to 2023, okay? Keep that in mind. If the administration program was to remain with Public Works Infrastructure, okay, so this year we separated out now, as I indicated and explained earlier. If that was still to remain under Public Works Infrastructure, to Eric, as per 2023 and prior operational budgets, the increase would be only 1%. Again, excluding the Rocky Mountain House wastewater, okay? In 2020, last year when we were here, the 2022 to 2023 increase was, Councillor Malhalf indicated it not too long ago, 0.2%. Okay. As previously communicated above, Public Works Operations has conducted an in-depth analysis of each of Clearwater County's Public Works Operations programs, in effect to maintain the expected service levels as expected by Council and Clearwater County ratepayers. Clearwater County is committed to being a good steward of the community's financial resources and, as always, strives to find more efficiencies while acknowledging the unique challenges facing our economy. Hence, the final result is a 2024 budget that is sustainable while also meeting the current level of service and meeting the expectations of our valued ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very thorough, interesting how you laid the context to all these individual programs and what's been outstanding. So now I'll open the floor to council for questions. Councillor Gray.
I actually have my first question for council and administration, if this is okay. When we're gonna get into questions here, there's obviously gonna be items I'm gonna have to leave for, and I think we're all aware it's because of my gravel truck company. Is it okay and is it allowed for me just to leave when people bring up the questions so I don't have to interrupt them and explain why I'm recusing myself? Because I think we're all aware, is that okay for minutes and everything? I don't have to say why I'm recusing myself, I can just leave? Okay. Okay, and everyone's comfortable with that on
Yes.
council? Okay,
Thank you.
perfect, thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Serha.
Yeah, I just want to thank Director Magnus for his summary and his presentation today. I also just wanted to comment on the budget books. So there's a lot of information in those budget books, and we cannot spend, you know, it would not be wise to spend our time going through page by page. They're there for your resource for the entire year, for you to lean on, to understand the programs and services that are provided by Clearwater County. There's information on each of the programs, what changed from the year previous, and identifying the costs over the next 5 years, and a summary kind of calculation there about how it's compared to the previous year. So feel free to go through those and dig deep into any of the programs, but again, it's there as a resource. It's not the book that we're gonna be following through the presentations, so, thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Gray.
We can dive into asking questions about.
You bet.
Okay, my first question is line painting, and I just want to inquire, does this include painting parking lines in Leslieville?
That's a good question. We haven't, now that's a new variable within the entire program, but moving forward, I'm not sure if that's part of the contract. If not, that would come under us then.
Okay.
Yeah, so in our capital plan, we actually do have a surface treatment scheduled for Leslieville in 2024. If approved, they would come with a line paint, part of that contract as well.
Okay, and that includes actual parking stalls?
There's something that hasn't been actually delineated previously. You know, it's certainly something that should be looked at. It's been, I think, so long that there's actually been delineation of line painting done in Leslieville. It's a great point that I will bring to our team there to see what is the appropriate parking standard, angle parking, parallel parking. I'm assuming it's angle. You know, with the inclusion of the new recreation area in Leslieville, there's, you know, even some new maintenance responsibilities. For example, we just inherited sidewalk there for in front of those lots as well as down the side, which they're again one of those things that you don't even really think of, but as a new lot owner in Leslieville, that becomes our responsibility. So, you know, with the improvements that we have scheduled for Leslieville, absolutely we should look at, you know, if we're going to do the surface treatment, there's going to be some line painting done, that the parking delineation should be addressed as well.
Okay, I know I had a resident bring it up to me who's a business owner right where we bought the lots, and I had brought it up and I was told it would be in the budget, so I just wanted to double check that it was part of it, so.
No, absolutely, we will make note of that and include it in the surface treatment and the line painting in that contract, if approved, of course.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. You mentioned Nordegg, that you've built a buffer just in case those water lines have an issue. Wouldn't it be better if we did just a budget adjustment in the case that they did become an issue rather than a what if these did? Because if we did a what if for the entire budget, this budget would look completely different.
You're absolutely right, and that is our intent. Our buffer really, this covers what we saw this year in regards to some of the issues, so it's more reflective of that. You're absolutely right. We don't typically do that where we put in a buffer, well, what if this and that? That would just, we can't possibly foresee any of that. So that what you're seeing there is more along the lines of what we've typically have seen, not only last year, but prior years as well, accounting for a fact of what the contractors are charging us to deal with these, to come out with these potential minor repairs, as we call them.
Thank you. You can go.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I do have several questions. You mentioned the continuous improvement. I'm just wondering how you measure that. Like, we're a $100 million corporation. How are you measuring the continuous improvement, the gains you make, the efficiencies you find?
If it so pleases the committee, that's a loaded question. So I think that's something that we can bring forward at a strategic plan committee meeting a whole next year in terms of giving you some of the background of some of our programs, what we did in terms of putting that together. But in essence, we use SMART. That's our starting point.
Okay. Just using our graders for an example, where in-house graders cost 50% more to operate than contract graders. I just want to be sure that the savings of doing things in-house are actually there.
Yes, they are.
Because each new position we add ripples through the whole organization, or through a large part of the organization, adding costs, you know, including having to knock out a wall or relocate. Okay.
Subsequent?
I'll stop there for now.
Oh, okay. Councillor Cermak.
Yes. In your Lesaville water system, 61,000 contracted services. I see you got 305,000. I know that 150 of that is for well testing of the piezometers. What's the other 155 for in contracted services? That's on page 110.
Could you one more time,
100.
Committee Member Cermak, just repeat that, where you're at here?
61,000 contracted services, Lesaville wastewater system, page 110. You got 305,000 for contracted services. Could you break that down? I know that you said 150 of it was to go to the piezometer testing of the 10 wells around. That's mandatory, but you said you're gonna do some in-house.
Yep.
That could cut. What's the other 155,000 for?
Trying to recollect here. I'm going to have to, I have that written down actually in my other binder.
Okay. Sure.
One binder I didn't bring.
If you
I
could-
will send out an email to the committee and give you that breakdown.
Okay, thank you. Because you said that there was gonna be a savings, because
Yeah.
you're planning to do that in-house.
Yeah.
There's pretty strict regulations on the testing and how the testing's done.
Correct.
I have done these in lots of my facilities that I had control on. It's pretty precise how you have to do that.
You're absolutely right, and our contact actually did point that out.
Yep.
Those exact words in regards to where we need to be very particular about. So we're definitely gonna look into that in terms of our capability in-house in doing that, reaching out to the laboratory facility and such and that. So, yeah, I do know that 305, a good portion of that is if we bring a contractor on, and like I said, I'll send out an email to the committee as a whole, giving that breakdown where the rest of that goes.
Yeah. I had that explained to me when we were doing our piezometer testing, that it's almost like doing a blood test on a human. You gotta be that controlled when you're taking it out of the ground, how you dispense the water up, how you fill your jugs. It's
Yes.
a blood test. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for council awareness, so with this, asking one question, I'll make sure that we all get a chance to ask our one question, and then we'll go for round two, go for round three, and I know we'll probably have round four, but anyways, all good. Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you very much, Reeve Swanson. Working through my list, I appreciate the presentation and you highlighting a number of challenging areas. Some of those are divisional or related, so I'm just going to say it must be brought to my attention then, or for my benefit. So we'll start with asking around the road maintenance issue. You've identified 65 meters of shallow buried pipe that is going to become, or is a potential challenge and a budget item that needs to address that potentially. I know it hasn't been addressed yet. Just as a question, we do have a number of shallow buried pipes, such as culverts, that we do maintain, and we have a very efficient organization that maintains 7,700 culverts, probably averaging 10 to 20 meters. Safe to say we have 100 kilometers or so of culverts out there with an efficient organization to maintain those. I'm just trying to understand the focus on this 0.1% of that total in Condor. So. I don't want to be difficult.
No, I'm
seeing, because
seeing
this question
this.
I have had some involvement with that. There may be, this is a question that I believe is being prompted for me to ask, so I just got to understand, why is this so much different than any of those other things that are out there?
I have our operations supervisor with me, and Mr. Langford, and he can help address some of that as well. I'll just go back to Councillor Cermak. You were asking about where that 305,000, and I'll have Mr. Langford address that right now for you.
Good morning, everybody. The extra money for the Leslieville Treatment Center is for the automated system for the septic receiving station. So there's an $80,000 in there for gate and cameras and lighting for that system. So that's where that extra money is going.
Still another 75,000.
Yeah, there's a filter, a dryer for the southeast filter as well coming. That wasn't in the original scope of work. So there's some additional requirements there. I don't have the exact breakdown on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so back to the culvert. Now, what we do with our culverts, Councillor Lougheed, is we bring in a steamer. When our culverts start to freeze up, typically in the spring, that's what we bring in, a steamer, and steam them out and that. And that can potentially be an option too, but 65 meters worth there. So our goal is to find something, be proactive rather than reactive, and put something in there if we can find something that'll, because 65 meters is quite long, longer than any of our approach culverts or centerline culverts, etc., things like that, where we gotta steam those out. So that's why we're looking at that one there in terms of what can we do to prevent freezing from occurring. Mr. Langford, if you have anything else you want to add to that.
Yeah, the slope on that culvert is actually at 0.5, I want to say. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but ideally a culvert slope's at 1%. So it is going to be prone to slow drainage and ice buildup.
Follow-up?
And certainly not to belabor this item because we have a lot to go through, but I know that when that particular project was completed, I think that there was an anticipation that you may have additional concerns with freezing in there. Does it not have a number of access points that we wouldn't typically see in a 20-meter culvert or a 40-meter culvert, that there are access points to be able to steam that if we find it's necessary?
I don't have that diagram in front of me, but I think there's two, I want to say.
Thank you.
Thank you, that's it for now.
Okay. I want to commend you in regards to the grader trainer. I've had a few comments or referred to me over the last few months, and some of our constituents are very happy with how the roads are being graded, so I'm glad that you've implemented that in the program. And the conversion to a a different blade, like you say, has found efficiencies in that. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys understood that the residents have noticed how better some of our, especially the roads up in my area, are being graded. So with that, so thank you so much for that. All right, round two. Deputy Reeve Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just gonna continue on the Condor train here. With the heat trace, because I know that it was mentioned when we were actually looking at the program, would that not be involved then in the capital budget, in the capital allotment for that program? Because it was something, when the options were presented, we were told that that's probably gonna be required. So why are we going back and doing it when we could have done it when we did it, when we built it in the first place, knowing that this could be an issue?
Yeah, so, you're absolutely right, this was discussed right at the onset of the installation of that as a, you know, council was aware of the risk of the long-term maintenance of this culvert there and accepted that risk. You'll see tomorrow in the capital budget, we actually do have a capital amount, not particularly allocated for anything specific, but just knowing the complexity of that project and things that might be coming out or up as that would be outside of a warranty type item. We wanted to ensure that we had that additional funds in place. And in my estimation, that if it was a $90,000, you know, this would be a good test, you know, this winter, you know, to evaluate if we do have that freezing up issue that needs to be addressed through a heat tape, or is it something that can be addressed through steaming through the ports that are available. But that $100,000 could be allocated toward the installation of a more permanent solution for de-icing. So yes, there was money allocated in this budget for next year that could be used for that. So then that wouldn't be an operating expense.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Just wondering what changed, pardon me, that we need to add another crew for ditching.
Just the inability to keep up. I mean, growth happens, right? And just over time here, in terms of taking our crews and having to go priorities elsewhere and so on, it's just got to the point where the growth in regards to our right-of-way, in order to continue just to maintain our infrastructure in such a way, we just had to bring in a second crew. If Mr. Langford has any further comments to that?
There was half a dozen projects we didn't get to this year. There is only so many sunny days we can work that cruise. We need to move just a little quicker to accomplish the goals that amount of work we have to do.
So is that a one-time thing because of the weather that we didn't finish?
That'll be a yearly discussion. We'll see if we can get caught up, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. Seeing no further, I'll go back to Deputy Reeve Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Resource management. I understand that, you know, we want a 100-year minimum of gravel. Where are we sitting? Is this something that we can maybe take the gas off for a little while? Like, or where are we at on our gravel storage? It's a $180,000 line item for
Could you
resource
identify-
management, page 97, resource management. It's to strategy for our gravel resource.
That come into inventory. Inventory?
That's reclamation and exploration.
This is us my assumption is this is us looking for gravel. So that's why I asked how many years do we have? Because the motion is for 100 years, and if we have 125, maybe we can take the gas off the looking for gravel.
I believe that's the exploration, the 180,000 a year, is that what you have in there for exploration?
So sorry, how many years of gravel do we have?
We've met policy.
Yeah.
We've met the objective. We are at the 100-year. That is, of course, is a decision this committee could recommend to council. From an administrative perspective, if I may, meeting policy is one component. Strategically located aggregate is always a goal as well. The south, north, eastern part of Clearwater County, we spend a lot of extra dollars getting the gravel to where it needs to be because of the inefficient locations. So finding a strategic deposit in that area would be extremely beneficial to Clearwater County because this is an exploration. So as far as meeting policy, absolutely. We like to keep that as a bit of an ace in our sleeve if we get any hints through our contacts with seismic or any digging we happen to do where we find the possibility of a deposit to explore that.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Oh, did you? Yep.
Actually, I do have more questions.
Yeah,
I know we were
no.
probably bouncing off
Yeah, no, I was kind of
privileged
going
motion
around.
that somebody's gonna make pretty quick, I think, as far as a break, but,
Yep. How about we take another few more, would you like a break now, or would you like to take a few more questions? We'll take a few more questions?
Let's try to get operations.
Okay, we're gonna try and get through operations, so then we're done with operations. Counselor Northcott.
Alrighty, thank you. My question is just in regards to gravel. If there is a, like I know that, I understand that Clearwater County is fortunate to have the aggregate that is located here. If there's, you know, on paper, there may be 100-year supply of gravel. However, if that gravel is maybe undevelopable because of residential placement of housing and subdivisions, and then those gravel pit applications may be met with opposition from residents, and then may, you know, the permits to be able to produce that gravel could be denied. So what would happen? So you might have 100 years of gravel now, but if those applications were to come forward and denied because of opposition, with the nuisance factors of dust, noise, and so on that goes along with residential development. I know that we did see a gravel pit that was just had almost not got passed, and it was only an extension to a gravel pit. How does that play in? If I got my question, you know, I'm trying to get it out so you can understand it. But.
Mr. Evans.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. The best administration can do is ultimately do its best to plan. So we've tried different strategies in the past. If I may, Horberg. That community was developed decades after aggregate was being mined. So we caveated that to the titles so that it was very transparent and known. But it's not a compatible land use at the end of the day. Even though it was acknowledged and recognized, it's been a long-term issue. What administration has done to assist in that issue, because competing land uses are always an issue, and gravel is extremely important, no different than oil. It's a non-renewable resource, and we can't look at stagnating that. So we have, Planning and Development, Planning and Emergency has created a guide to developing gravel pits for applicants to come in. And that guide has attached with it a map that identifies known and potential resources based on Alberta Standard Gravel mapping, seismic information, and honestly experience. The years of excavating in this community has also gone into that with the topographical. And that map was created so that when somebody comes in with a multi-lot, it goes to that mapping, and we do our best to ensure this is not a known aggregate area to process an application for that very reason. If that helps. We can't control the applications when they apply, but we do our very best to ensure going forward we don't end up with a bunch of multi-lots around known aggregate areas.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Regarding the Nordegg water system and the water meters, what progress has been made? How many are left to be installed?
From my understanding, I believe 8 have been installed, and there are 70 some more or less that still need to be installed.
So that's still a major undertaking to do that. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Evans? Or sorry, Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, it's, the receptivity of, coordinating our contractors to install the meters has been, poor. Hasn't been a lot of, cooperation from the residents in Nordic. Actually, it's really not a high priority. Some are because they know that when they're only there very, seasonal, that, you know, this would now calculate the amount of volume. But yeah, the receptivity and the coordination of the installation of residents, even though it's bylaw, has been very slow and not near as effective as we thought. We're continuing to coordinate with our contractor and the landowners to get this work done. Yeah, it was a surprising development in that regard.
I wonder if you have contacted the community association for some help in promoting the installation of those meters?
Haven't thought about that as an option. Anytime we can, you know, continue the communication with our Nordic neighbors, would be a benefit. Certainly something we can put on our list as we are wanting to put out additional communication, which would include, you know, typically those members as well. But it is bylaw, you know, it is a necessity. Like, it's been mandated by this council that these need to go in, but we are, as a new service that the county is providing, we are providing a lot of latitude as well for trying to coordinate that scheduling and get it to be a priority for them.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you. And if I may, administration wouldn't be quick to take that option. Involving an external volunteer group, Nordic Community Association, to enforce our bylaws wouldn't be a positive for them. We would be looking at keeping that in-house.
Okay.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. My next question is regards to the greater pool, 134. Significant overtime numbers, showing 105,000. Would that not then constitute maybe another employee? Not that I'm a proponent of hiring more people, but those overtime numbers to me look like you could be in need of another employee.
Again, we're basing it historically here. We've had those years where they've had to go out beyond the normal hours of the day. So that's just reflective of a typical historical trend. We may or may not end up using that.
Supplementary? Yeah. But if that is the historical trend, and you're basing it on that you've needed this historically, wouldn't it justify having somebody else instead of that much overtime? One, the strain on the overtime budget, but two, the strain on the permanent employees that are having to put in over $100,000 worth of overtime.
And I'll come back to the committee if that's a recommendation they want to put forward before the council in regards to taking into consideration bringing on another staff member in terms of another grader operator. We can definitely look at that and we can bring that forward.
Well, I just need to know if it would be justified or not. That's all. It's a lot of overtime.
Mr. I don't know, both lights are on. So
Better go to him first.
Okay.
Are you sure?
Well, you start off first.
So, if I may, for the committee, it kind of goes back to what Councillor Ratcliffe was talking about earlier. Always that strive for looking for efficiencies and actually those measurables. On paper, that absolutely would justify another position. Reality doesn't prove it out. Given the size and scope, the geography of Clearwater County, to change people out in the field partway through a shift becomes extremely inefficient. You lose time in travel time, which isn't productive. Adds vehicles to our fleet maintenance. If we're in urban and in close proximity, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, very doable and reasonable. given Clearwater County, when they blade, they go out and blade 12 hours. Because that's the most efficient. That highballing is not productive work. So do you use 3 hours of that day and work an 8-hour shift? Appreciate the question a lot, because the health of our staff as well. But when we have this blend of 80% contract as well, there's also efficiencies there. And we won't keep contractors if we keep them to 8 hours as well. So it is that blend.
I recognize that, but this particular line item says permanent employees. So that's only 2 graders then, because we only have 2 permanent graders. That's 2 graders that are making up for that. It just is concerning to me
No,
that 2
and-
people are making up for $100,000.
Again, I appreciate the question, but those 2 graders are roaming and they're out there, because to pay a contract rate to highball out to the West Country is the most inefficient. The overtime actually is the most efficient use of, and that's where we make up those efficiencies. If it was any other way, we'd have contractors. Because doing that, because there is no overtime involved with a contract rate.
Thank you.
Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, but just to support and just to identify that that's not the only example of a heavily utilized overtime budget line for the construction foremans, for example. It's a fair weather service. That's the best way to put it, is that you can only do this type of work during optimum weather conditions. So the overtime is required, and like I say, it'd be just about impossible to have an additional staff member go in, as a foreman of a crew, to say, your 8 hours are up, to bring in an additional staff member to augment that. And it doesn't even spread it out, because they say the work day during these fair weather times is an 11 and a half, 12-hour day. That's just the nature of earthworks in Alberta.
Thank you. Mr. Han?
Yeah, and I just would also support that, in that there are times when it's like all or nothing also. So it's not like if you had another staff member, you just spread the work out, have a heavy snowfall, the guys are out there every day until those roads are cleared. And it's not like bringing another staff member on would help that situation. So there are reasons for overtime, and the staff are always looking at every program and every service and how to most efficiently staff those programs every year. So.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. My next questions are around wastewater, and I'm going to try to condense the questions, because right now I'm more concerned about my 62-year-old plumbing than I am about the plumbing of our hamlets. But having said that, you've identified a number of challenges that are potentially upcoming with that. Early equipment failures and additional monitoring and commissioning and testing out of that. I want to be able to assure my residents that are kind of looking at our policy of cost recovery, that they are isolated from some of those unexpected costs, such as an early pump failure or additional monitoring to reach a legislative thing. So maybe if you could just address that, or somebody could address that. Cost recovery, that's what I'm looking at with some of these additional things that are being moved into the operational realm.
I'll start it off, and then my colleagues can step in here in regards to that. Currently, both Lesaville Wastewater and Condor are operate at a cost recovery, and our bylaws reflect that in terms of the setting of our fees and rates. And again, this, like last year's budget, very minimal increase, and we were able to meet the operational needs of both those hamlets in regards to the wastewater, and that was obviously we were able to do that because of the rates that are set, and when setting those rates, again, not putting any additional undue burden on our ratepayers in that way. And so, you know, having said that, we are at a cost recovery in regards to these hamlets, and right now it's in regards to the budget as a whole, it's not that different from last year's, and it should not be an issue on them.
Supplemental? Oh, sorry. Mr. Evans.
Not to push the time to shorten questions, but to clarify, council's policy for cost recovery is pertaining to the user fee, which would be water systems and Nordegg wastewater systems. The additional operational costs for road maintenance, any pertaining to the added drainage culvert for the sidewalk, is borne by all. That doesn't go to an operational cost. If there is operational costs added to the wastewater system, it inevitably would affect that user fee by today's policy. So a pump, if a pump is a capital, it would not, because by policy, that capital is separated out from the user fee. No wastewater water system includes capital expenses. If it is deemed operational, it would go into the math for down the road, what it costs to operate that system. Does that help?
I think it does, but I just wanted to clarify, because some of the wording did say to, I think, I'd have to thumb through and we don't have time for that, but essentially it was saying that bringing it more into a line to reflect some of the actual costs that you're observing. I think that wording was in there. Maybe somebody else noticed it, but I did. And so that kind of opens the door that, you know, a pump failure could be an operational cost, or additional contracted services could be an additional cost. So I just wanted to kind of get that clarification, because I know that the community, of the feedback I've got, the community, those user fees, I do get feedback that those are substantial, and they are restrictive when we're all trying to deal with affordability. And I want to be able to ensure the public that we have their backs covered for these unforeseen things such as we've discussed. So I appreciate it, and I don't know if you have a comment.
Comment? No? Okay. I only see one more light, so before the break. So Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. And this is my last question. Director Magnus, you mentioned that the quality of our gravel roads is improving. Because of the gravel road rehabilitation programs, is the intent to be able to reduce that rehabilitation or extend the time periods for that?
Mr. Emmons.
I would actually suggest the opposite. It's the reason for these programs why we're seeing the increased quality. Years ago, we went through a process where we trying to save money, really. I was going to say create efficiencies, but that isn't transparent. That's not the truth. To save money, they actually reduced the amount of gravel road rehab, reduced the amount of kilometers we constructed, which added the burden to maintenance, and we saw it in our roads. And for those long-term residents, I would put that back around the early 90s. And we saw it in our gravel roads. The learnings from that and the amplified construction to catch back up, it is because of the proficiency of public works infrastructure that actually allows maintenance to do the great job that they do and maintain a quality product. Maintaining a substandard product, you know, quite frankly, is a losing battle. So I'd actually flip that, Councillor Ratcliffe, and say it's because of the gravel road rehab, because of our great construction program, that maintenance is able to maintain at a higher standard.
Okay. All right. All right. Looking at the staff recommendation, so we could wrap this one up. Ms. Saran.
I just wanted one last comment about the water and wastewater services that are provided to the residents of Clearwater County. So the costs of those services are increasing year over year, and those are services that are used by specific residents. And so any costs that aren't included in that to operate those are borne, it's not like those costs disappear, then the rest of the ratepayers subsidize those services. So just to be clear that the cost of providing those services is rising, and they currently are borne by the members that are using it.
Thank you. Staff recommendation that's before us is that the Strategic Planning Committee consider the Public Works Operation Draft 2024 operating budget. Would like to make that motion? Oh, missed. All right, Councillor Northcott will make that motion. Any discussion? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there still an opportunity, because I mean, this is a big binder, and I think that if we look at everything from each individual tab, we're doing a discredit. Like, we need to also look at it as a whole and then come back and make changes where may be needed. So if we make this recommendation now, is there still an opportunity to go back and make changes where might be required? No, there's not? Okay, good. So, so we're done here. So as long as there's an opportunity to still go back and make changes when we can look at the budget as an entire entity rather than individual tabs, then I would be in favor of this. If there isn't, I'm
Ms.
not.
Serhan.
Again, we're looking at the service levels that are being provided and the cost of those service levels. So if there's a service that you want to discuss that's not what you want to provide the ratepayers, we should be doing it at the time that they're presenting. Of course, at the end of the day, or whenever we get to the end of the operating presentations, we will again just make sure that those are the services that are that the Strategic Planning Committee wants to recommend to Council to continue to provide to the ratepayers of Clearwater County. And if that's the case, then this is the costs that are being presented are the costs of those services.
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would add to that in the interest of efficiency, if the committee is contemplating changes to service levels, I would suggest our Strategic Planning Committee meetings are probably the best avenue for that into the new year, and look at that going forward, because once you get into those service level change discussions, they deserve the courtesy of an ample discussion and possibly some research to back it up as well. So again, the exercise we're going through today is to assist the committee with understanding that the current service levels that council has decided upon, these are the costs associated and the revenues associated with those current service levels going forward. So I would just suggest the best place for service level discussions, that's what the Strategic Planning Committee meeting are there for.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, and I recognize that, but I also know that at the end of these two binders, you're gonna say this is how much it's gonna cost, and this is what you're gonna have to do, whether that be a tax adjustment, an assessment, an assessment adjustment, whatever. And I would like the opportunity to use this as a tool as well. I don't wanna remove any tools by a motion we make right now. It's important that we can look at these as a whole and use these as tools as well. I recognize that these are service levels that we are currently providing, but at the end of tomorrow, you're gonna say, this is how much it costs. How are you gonna pay for it? And I want the opportunity to find how I'm gonna pay for it.
Councillor Lahi.
Thank you very much, Reeve Swanson. And I hear what Deputy Reeve Melhoff is saying, and I do have a little concern with the motion before us, or the staff recommendation to the motion, because it kind of, to paraphrase, it really says, speak now or forever hold your peace. And I think we have to also look at, with the discussions that take place over the next day or two, that we may understand the challenges before us just a little bit more clearly. So I don't want to close the door to coming back to some specifics when we have to make those hard decisions in order to balance a budget and hopefully isolate our ratepayers from bearing the full burden of the challenges that are before us. So I don't have a full comfort level with the staff recommendation. I know it'll be followed through all the way along the line. I'd be much better at this point in time of receiving for information and then going back, but I understand the process too, and I can be supportive of it.
Mr.
I didn't
Hunt?
want to go forward without saying that.
For sure. Mr. Hunt?
So maybe a solution is to receive his information, and then at the end of the deliberations, there would be one motion just recommending to council the budget with any amendments.
All right. Counselor Northcott?
All right, thank you. In this motion, just the one word that sort of maybe gives some comfort is the word considers. So that it didn't say approve or adopt or accept. It was just for consider. That was my thought on this motion.
Thank you. Deputy Melhoff?
I certainly would be more comfortable with the receive for information and then do a blanket. It gives us the ability to take this as a whole picture rather than just as a snippet.
Counselor Northcott, would you accept that as a friendly amendment?
Oh, absolutely. You betcha.
Thank you. So we will amend the friendly amendment to say receives for information. All right. Any more discussion? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Looking at the time, I will give a 15-minute break because there's going to be a lineup. So anyways, we'll see you at around and welcome back from our break. As we continue along on our agenda, on our Strategic Planning Council meeting, it's Strategic of a Whole, or Committee of the Whole, we will move on to 6.1, Public Works Infrastructure. Mr. Hansen, Director Hansen.
Well, good morning, committee members. It's great to be able to present to you our 2024 and beyond operation budget for public works infrastructure. It's very rare we actually get to talk about the operating budget with you guys because our focus is primarily capital, of course. So I'm going to get right into it. First of all, thanks to my team for assisting with putting this together. They've done a great job. So with that, Public Works Infrastructure only has two administrative cost centers, one being administration, which Mr. Magnus there just alluded to, that to try to clean up some of these cost centers. We have redistributed Public Works Operations and Public Works Infrastructure. We've split those apart. So his budget now takes care of his staff members, whereas Public Works Infrastructure includes the staff members that work in infrastructure. So that includes just the one Public Works Director, admin assistant, and permit clerk. Of course, we do have additional staff in infrastructure, but most of them are covered off in the capital budget. So I'm actually, it's going to be kind of more granular here, just to even just kind of fill up the time with some of the items we have, because it is a very short, a small presentation. The revenue is typically associated with road permitting revenue and industry approvals. Of course, that's another one of the functions that we do, is we have our land industry coordinator that does road monitoring, as well as we manage the contractor that does our road permitting for us. You'll see we've actually increased slightly the revenue that we're anticipating in 2023 based on industry. We're hoping the industry stays as strong as it is. So even though our 2023 projections are a bit higher, we are conservative with our estimates there. We budgeted 170,000 in 23. We're budgeting, say, a modest growth there, about 210 in 2024. And then we always continue to monitor that. I'm sorry I don't have the permit numbers with me today. That's something usually I have, but that is something if council would like, I can bring those numbers forward. Overall, the budget for the administration cost center is about $400,000 less, but that is indicative, of course, that we've stripped the Director of Public Works Operations out of that budget, as well as the technologist, the new technologist position that Mr. Magnus there was alluding to earlier as well. So just highlighting again, professional services that are included in this cost center looks after traffic counts, which we've just got the 2024 traffic counts, engineered assisted surveys that are not associated with capital projects, legal fees, of course, contracted services, kind of an oddball, railway maintenance fees. We do a pay CN, CP, a maintenance fees for the maintenance of the railroad crossings, as well as the largest fee that's associated with contract services is the permitting contractor. Materials, supplies, equipment, freight, it just supports the operations of all public works infrastructure staff. Telecommunications, that's specific to the cell phones and equipment for the department staff. That's not the landlines, fax lines, et cetera, that's covered in the facilities. So with that, so for the highlights for 2024, revenue, as I alluded to, anticipated small increase, contracted services, slight increase due to permit fees because we are seeing more permits. Professional services, traffic counts, engineering assisted surveys, a small decrease just in the utilization of our outside engineering services that are not associated with a project. We just look at the amount of utilization and we adjust annually there to reflect that. Legal fees, status quo, material supplies, we have seen there's a small increase there. We're getting 5 truck radios there for our staff, going away from the tower system to the mobile system. It does have a small material supplies cost. It isn't a capital cost, it's still operational. Then telecommunications as well, there's a small increase there just because there's a subscription now for these types of, for these radios, smart hubs / air cards. advertising subscriptions are status quo. Freight, we've reduced that just due to utilization's not typically used. So that basically summarizes the administration cost center.
Did you, were you okay if you want council to ask questions as we go along, or would you prefer to give your presentation and then ask questions? Mr. Emmons?
If I may, committee's comfort. We are perfectly fine taking questions as they come up on the subject matter at hand. Absolutely.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Personally, I like the opportunity to ask questions as we go. It makes it significantly less disjointed in my brain, but that's my preference. I have a question regarding the truck radio subscription. Is this an unforeseen cost associated with us switching to AFRACs? Because we've now had to remove we removed those towers, and our public works departments were utilizing that tower system, and now, because they're not an emergency service, we now have to pay for the subscriptions that otherwise would have been covered by our in-house radio system.
Yeah, I think it's more of a global discussion with that. It was unforeseen for me because now it's reflected in my budget. So it is new to me, but it's probably an overall cost savings there. If we talk to our IT department there about the maintenance costs of the tower system and the value of the new system, which I can't speak to, but I know that the cost is reflected in my budget now. So I'm sorry, I don't have that global perspective of the unanticipated long-term operation costs.
Okay. Mr. Hagan.
Thank you. My understanding from the corporate services perspective and discussing with our IT staff is that Public Works radio system needed replacing anyway. It was not performing effectively. It was failing at times. So we were looking for a solution either way. AFRAX wasn't a cost-effective solution for that. So we found another solution that met the needs of Public Works.
Thank you. Councillor Loughy?
Reeve Swanson, I guess my question relates to utility costs, and I kind of just need to understand your approach, because some of these facilities have, I'm sure there's a shared cost point in that, it might be a public services building, for instance, or a heated storage building that may have a component in another cost center. I'm just trying to understand your approach to that, and if you could, and then I may have another question relating to that.
Yeah, it's not entirely delineated that every single utility cost in all facilities are reflected in the Public Works facilities budget, which we haven't gone through yet. The majority are, like some have specific, I'm gonna think of a lift station, for example. Lift stations pay their own utilities, et cetera. These are the general facilities, I guess, if that's a better description. Each department, and over the years, it's kind of a push-pull there. Should you guys be paying for that? Should I be paying for that? And then, sometimes we land annually on a different conclusion based on the evidence given of the day. But I'm gonna say 90% of all the facility utilities, such as gas, power, telecommunications, are covered in the facilities budget. But there are some department-specific or area-specific items that actually encompass their entire cost.
Go ahead.
And I guess where my concern is where those utility or electricity costs are related to the cost recovery to our users. I want to make sure that, for instance, if we were providing electricity to a heated storage and that is not delineated from the electricity cost for, say, a lift station, that it isn't that utility cost, that operational cost of that electricity isn't solely borne by those ratepayers. I want to make sure we've got the ability to assure the community that they're not paying for something that isn't equitable, really.
Yeah, now that I understand the nature of the question, that can certainly be brought up to our operations team, as that conversation does come up about a cost recovery for a a service system, that we aren't, that burden isn't going back to those ratepayers that inappropriately should be. But I certainly can appreciate the comment in question.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I know that it's way too much of a loaded question for us to dig into deeply today, but I would really like the opportunity to dig into the permitting structure, the world, et cetera, how that works with bonds and or not. I understand that we do the permits so that we can then protect our road network, but I understand that's also the purpose of a bond. And then that's also where our peace officers come in and do enforcement where those permits are not being realized, and that's not recognized in this budget line either. So I think that is a loaded question, and I know we don't have time for it today, but I would really like the opportunity at some point to go through that in more detail to understand it better, if I can take that opportunity at a later date.
Make a note. Carry on.
Perfect. So the next cost center is Facilities General. Facility Maintenance and Operational Cost Center this is for all county facilities, excluding some of those one-offs as we were just previously discussing. Clearwater County maintains multiple facilities throughout the municipality. The cost center includes utilities, maintenance, for 32 different facilities. I'm going to say it's a very modest contingent of staff that do a fantastic job. We have 4 in-house staff members, our facilities and maintenance supervisor, our facilities assistant, and 2 full-time custodians. We also augment our custodial services with contracted services, which has proven to be very cost-effective for the rate that we pay for those contracted services, but still seeing the need to have full-time staff members there, it's actually a much better benefit to have still a permanent in-house fixture for staff especially for isolated incidents like going out to Nordegg there where there's additional travel time. When you're paying that as a contracted services, it becomes quite elevated. But definitely a little bit of the mix mash of having contracted services as well as full-time staff has proven to be beneficial, as well as staff retention and et cetera. So that's worked out quite well. The revenue in this budget line is associated with agricultural leases, industry leases, Rocky Medical Clinic, Nordegg Ambulance, and other county properties, the North Quarter, for example, as well as Martin Shop. We have multiple small item leases throughout on some of our existing SMLs, gravel pits, for example. We lease out the agricultural use of those properties. Contracted services, we do have a very skilled set of individuals that work for us, but we do have to hire specialized trades to come in and assist, electricians, plumbers, HVAC specialists, et cetera. Materials supplies, of course, that supports all facility maintenance and everything under the sun that comes under materials supplies to do that work. Utilities, gas, power, sewer, water. As you guys are well aware, our gas and our power is primarily through 8760, which is a program offered through the RMA. And telecommunications, that does cover off the majority of the the landlines as well as the fax lines for all the different buildings. That telecommunication line is cost shared with corporate services as well for this main administration building. Some of the highlights for 2024, the revenue does reflect a carry forward. I guess it isn't reflected well in the numbers here today, but there again, we were just discussing this during the break about reducing the tax burden on our ratepayers by identifying that if there's a surplus for an annual expenditure, instead of budgeting for the same amount every year, that should actually either be carried forward or put into a reserve to actually fund that same amount of work. Like I said, to reduce the tax burden, it's going to reduce the surplus at the end of the year, but it reduces the amount of tax burden annually on these types of programs. So there was an amount that we'd identified in the facilities, some things that were ongoing that didn't get done this year, like the addition of the changeovers from propane to natural gas in Nordegg. That was anticipated for 2023. The line wasn't constructed. We didn't get that work done, so that we know that was an item that was budgeted for, again, through tax levy. So instead of going into surplus, that would be rolled forward into expenditure, so that money could be spent hopefully praying for 2024. Yeah, so revenue status quo for the Nordic Public Services buildings, no changes in the leases there. Industry leases, Rocky Medical Clinic, that'll be dealt with when that comes up and needs to be dealt with. Revenue reduced slightly for the Nordic leases. We are seeing the short-term mobile home vacancy rate going up, which is great. We're ultimately, the goal is to see all those mobile homes vacated out of there, and through attrition, good messaging, I think that is happening. And then we do anticipate about 3 months worth of rental for the North Acreage. It is turned out to be a really good gap fill for onboarding for new staff into the organization. It's, again, proven that it's providing that opportunity for new staff to come in. But again, it's not a long-term solution for one staff member, so that's why we're only anticipating about 3 months worth of rental for that. Staff, status quo, we're not anticipating any increase in our staff. Utilities, there is an inflationary change. We're seeing increases, of course, annually. So some of the contracted services highlights, this does fluctuate from year to year. Different priorities come up through conversations as different utilization kind of changes some of the priorities. So we're retrofitting all the county facilities in Nordic and natural gas. Of course, that's carried forward from 2023. The environmental testing and the remediation plan for the old Lesleyville shop yard, that's ongoing. Some exterior concrete work at the Nordic Public Services building. We actually had that planned for 23. The timing didn't work out well with the paving, so now the paving's in place, we can get that concrete work finished up. New shingles on Nordic Church, that's another one that was actually anticipated for 2023. Sounds like I didn't get anything done in 2023. I'm just doing it all next year. I'll get it done next year. So the shingles, yeah, that's contractor availability. We started that conversation earlier in the year. It's an oddball job. It's, the location for Nordic and the challenges that comes with trying to entice contractors to come out there. It's tough. And then we heard everything from the Calgary housing boom to hail repairs. Might get there, might not. So we're hoping to get that done in 2024. We also included a concrete pad for the Lesleyville Public Services building at the dry hydrant. Anybody that's utilized that area, knows that as we're using it as a training facility, there is, spillage from the water from the drafting off the hydrant there. It gets muddy in that area, so to increase the level of service there, make that a better training site, we do want to put a concrete pad right underneath that, right where the truck would sit at that drafting dry hydrant. Then new this year, which we didn't anticipate, we were talking about that earlier, is asset retirement obligations, a new accounting standard that requires hazardous materials, environmental testing, and evaluating for all of our properties. It sounds like you can condense that in a nice little small sentence, but that's a big task. And then subsequently, what comes out of that task in the reports that creates is yet to be seen. We do not have an abundance of environmental testing on a lot of our properties, so, but this is an accounting standard that we need to adhere to. So it's going to identify, as the older buildings there and some of the hazardous materials that they may be identified and some of the remediation plans that might have to come forward out of that. So looking forward to those reports and the work that's going to be done with that. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions in regards to facilities general.
Just on your last point, that asset retirement obligations, is this a requirement from the GOA?
It is a retirement, sorry.
Oh, Mr. Hand.
Yes, it's new accounting standards that are part of the public sector accounting handbook. And what it is just identifying costs of an asset that will be retired at some point, that you can't just say, okay, well, we're not going to use that anymore and it's going to the dump, or we're going to sell it as a piece of equipment. These are mostly building structures that have some sort of, or land that has some sort of contamination in it, that there will be a cost to getting it up to a standard that can be sellable. So it's a big big project, like Director Hansen has mentioned, and we just don't know what the ramifications are yet. There are kind of years within the recent past that it's identified that those structures are likely more hazardous than others. So it's just a matter of going through all of the asset listings and figuring out, you know, what structures we need to do remediation or set aside dollars for that remediation when the time comes to do that. So more to come when you look at the financial statements for 2023.
Okay. So just a quick supplementary. I know years ago, Director Hansen, you did a facility assessment of all the facilities. Would this now fall under that category as well? Like when you go through, because we haven't done a facility assessment, I think, since 2018. Could this fall into that as well? Go ahead.
Yeah, this is a much,
Yeah, more in depth.
that was more of age, the usefulness of the infrastructure, accommodation deficit. Those are the types of things that were being evaluated then. This is more into scratching like a patch off the wall to check for lead. The insulation, you know, was checking for asbestos, more of the hazardous materials. This one's mostly associated if you were looking at, say, retiring the asset, having to get rid of it, what would be the cost to remediate all the hazardous materials just to get it ready to sell? And that's two different types of evaluations.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councillor Lahey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess we have a number of restricted surpluses that are related to end-of-life concerns of some of our facilities or gravel pits or waste things. Are any of those restricted surpluses appropriate for this question as we're moving forward, or is this something that we're going to have to find a new piggy bank for?
Ms. Turan.
So we have two different, and they're treated differently. One is the landfill liability, which is set up as a liability and not a restricted surplus. So the expenses go on the statement of operations annually, adjusting to what we think that liability will be in the future. And the restricted surplus for the gravel reclamation is just dollars set aside to do that reclamation, because there's no in-depth study to say, yeah, this is how much the liability is going to be, and we can say with some accuracy how much it's going to be. So that's why they're treated a little differently. Restricted surpluses are identified dollars. Liabilities are the expenses that have been applied to the past years and set up as a liability, so that when the costs are incurred, you're drawing down that liability and not incurring those costs in the year, or not identifying those costs on the statement of operations the year that they occur, because you've already accounted for those. So no, there will be new dollars that need to be assigned, or a liability. And when the liability is created, if it's $500,000 that we decide is what, that will be a item on the statement of operations in that year. So there will likely be some identified in 2023 as we do our initial assessment, and then as we move through 2024, getting more detailed numbers and working through the specifics as to which properties and stuff. It'll be a more accurate number as we move forward.
Thank you. Supplementary? Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you. Historically, in our binders and in the capital binder, it tells us where it's coming from, like whether it be from tax revenue, or in the case of some of these items that you mentioned, work in progress. Or are we to assume that this entire binder is from tax revenue?
No, there's identified $1,500,000 as coming from work in progress.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's on that first 4-year summary. Actually, that's from 2024, and then there's some from previous years, so the total amount, I'll just
the reason I ask is because you've taught us over the years that the way to balance the budget is to find the ones that are from tax. And that's what we can hone in on. Look at us learning things.
Yeah, you guys
And
are
I wanted
doing
to make
great.
sure that if we're looking at some of these projects, we can't be like, oh, well, let's change this one, because you're just gonna be like, well, that doesn't help the bottom line anyway.
Yeah.
So,
No, there's, it's about $2 million, but I'll get that number and I'll let you know.
thank you so much.
Are there any further questions for Director Hansen? If not, looking at the staff recommendation. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I would make the motion that we receive the Public Works Infrastructure Draft 2024 operating budget for information.
Any discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. We have an opportunity now to start in with planning and emergency services at 7.1. And looking at that, we'll have Director Haggart, I guess, join us. And just a quick question for Ms. McLean. When are you expecting, so that we can kind of gauge, it should be any time for lunch? It should be here for the drinks, but it's here already. Oh, it's here. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, lunch is here already. Maybe that's appropriate. Maybe we take our lunch break right now and then before we start, sorry. Well, let's take our lunch break till 12:30. We'll reconvene at 12:30, please. Sorry. Thank you. Welcome back. We're now back from our lunch break, and we're returning back to our agenda. And we are now on, I believe it's 7.1, Planning and Emergency Services. So I'll turn the floor over to Director Hager.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good afternoon, members of the Strategic Planning Committee. As you all know, I'm Christine Haggard. I'm the Director of Planning and Emergency Services. And the committee is also aware that about mid-year in 2023, the county completed a minor restructuring of some of the functional areas of the county, including merging planning with emergency services department. So now combined, the department is responsible for conducting land use planning, processing applications for land development, economic development, planning, preparing, responding to larger emergency incidents, and then of course providing operational service level delivery through our regional fire service and through our wildland urban interface team and community peace officer programs. So as the committee is also aware, emergency management and fire services both fall under regional partnership agreements. And we are the managing partner for both of those service levels. And those agreements also specify service levels and budget considerations. And I just wanted to note too, emergency services is also the county's budget area that includes some of those operational grant transfers for partner emergency services organizations. That includes the RCMP in terms of operational administration and school resource officers. So when I say operational, I mean that police funding model, which is a required commitment that municipalities have. The others are committed through regional agreements as well. We have STAR's annual commitment that we transfer money to, as well as the Rocky Mountain House Volunteer Search and Rescue, or Rocky SAR. And so with me today, I have a few of my subject matter expert and managers. I have Sergeant Terry Miller, our Peace Officer Manager, Regional Fire Chief John Leatis to my left, and Kim Gillum from Planning is here. I think she's just, you can grab a chair. Or I thought she was grabbing lunch, but no, it looks like she's here. And then Jerry Pratt was going to show up if he could. He was in a meeting with somebody at the moment related to economic development. So I have a few folks that could answer any technical questions as needed. So if I may, I'm just going to jump right into operations for planning and emergency services. Overall, service levels are constant from previous budget year. No recommendations for any significant changes to the operating budget itself or to staffing complements. For our department, the committee will note that there are slight adjustments both up and down in the salary-related categories, and that was part of that minor restructuring as the distribution of work plans, i.e. the percentage of wages for each type of program, may have been slightly adjusted as people moved around, and that kind of explains the salary and wages changes. And then for my budget presentation, similar to my counterparts that were here this morning, I'm going to go over some of the notable changes only, and then of course available to answer questions throughout as you see fit. So following the budget binder, I'm going to go through the categories in the order that they were in the PDFs I received from Finance. So the first program is Emergency Management and Emergency Services Transfers. In 2024, that category will see the transfer to other organizations. We'll see a sharp increase because of that police funding model that I mentioned earlier. And that was a cost increase of about $450,000. It was $900,000 in 2023, and has been increased to $1.35 million in 2024, and that's provincially regulated. And that 5-year regulation, that's the top out amount of year 4, and then year 5 is the same. So that's what will be reflected in 2025. Is that 1.35 million, and I left it status quo future years forward because we're not certain what that's going to look like. I can't expect that it would go down. I imagine that it will go up, if anything. But for now, I just left the placeholder of the same amount for the next 4-year look. Okay, moving on, the Rocky Search and Rescue, as part of their annual operational grant request, they asked for $50,000 again for operational grant, so that's consistent with what they asked for in 2023. And then along with an additional $40,000 in future capital equipment replacement costs. So if the committee will recall, last year we granted them an additional $20,000 to put towards their capital reserves for life cycle replacement of their equipment. So they don't think that's quite enough per year, so they would like to ask for $40,000 from Clearwater County to help bolster their reserves, which also include other types of fundraising funds, grants that are available. Could be donations of equipment, that sort of thing, but that would help augment their capital fleet. And other than that, I know this committee is well aware, we also assisted with funding their AFRAX radio system lease. And we have an agreement that's in place related to their insurance and maintenance of their fleet as well. And so for that program category, so going back to the name of the category is emergency management and emergency services transfers. The two major changes noted, which were the police funding model and that increase to SAR capital. This budget does increase just over 30%. And again, that largest contributing factor to that would be that police funding model, which is not discretionary, unfortunately.
Very good.
Any questions related to emergency management or
Deputy-
transfers?
Yeah, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. For the AFRAX lease for search and rescue, is there an opportunity for us to just put them under fire through some type of MOU or something, and then, because fire is covered under the AFRAX Alberta mandate, whereas search and rescue currently is not recognized under AFRAX, and that's why they have to pay for the radio lease or bandwidth lease or whatever they call it to actually access the system. Can we put them under us?
About that, no, we can't, but this cost in our budget is actual the physical in-hand radios and mobile units that they would have in their vehicles. It's similar to what we did with our fire services a couple years back, as we transitioned our, what would normally be a every 3 to 5 year cycle purchase of a lot of radios. Instead of purchasing them all up front, we went to an operational 5-year lease. So we followed the same format under our lease agreement, got the same pricing that we did for fire services, and so we front that cost, and that was a decision that council made last year to support SAR in doing that. It's about $40,000 a year. It runs through our IT services budget, so you'll see it there as well, but there's a cost accounting to keep it in the SAR program in ours as well.
Supplementary. Is there an opportunity for us to advocate for AFRAX to the actual leasing cost, the bandwidth cost to be under emergency rather than them having to pay for access to the AFRAX system with the Alberta government? So like they're utilizing it because it's an emergency cert, like they're doing it, they're not doing it for fun. So is there an opportunity for us to advocate to have them not have to be separate on the system and be under an emergency system?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. I 100% agree. It's something our staff and fire services have already spoken with at the administrative level, but I think at the political level, it's certainly something that could be advocated for sure. Because we did ask that question. And so I know CAO Emmons and I had met with municipal affairs rep who deals with the emergency services side of government now, and they're doing a review of search and rescue and ask kind of administration to provide some, what do we see as the needs, and that will be something we'll add to that list. It's a great suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions.
All right, sorry, just making a note to do that. Okay, moving on. The next program area on the operational list for our department is planning and development. And for 2024, the committee will see additional budget information related to lot sales program. So there's a separate category from the general planning related to lot sales that's specific to Nordegg. And different from what we've done in previous years, we've kind of estimated, conservatively, I would say what the number of lot sales per year would be, and then the offsetting cost attributing back from that due from for the cost of construction. So I've added in expected revenues related to that new inventory added to the historic core commercial lots that went for sale earlier this year in 2023 at about 3 to 5 lots per year. As an estimate for those commercial lots. And then the anticipated industrial phase 2 lots, which are coming on board, construction 24 will completed, and then on sale kind of thing in 2025. And we put in 1 lot per year. Because it is a due from program, the lots are already constructed when they are sold. That's just an accounting transfer of those the offsetting cost. So whether we sell the lots or not, it just kind of, this is an estimate for council that there's likely money coming in and coming out for those lot sales. So that would be new. It wouldn't have been in previous year's budget in that way. There is a sharp reduction in planning general program expenditures in '24, and that is attributable to that $1.2 million gas line operational grant that was going to be provided by the municipality for Nordegg, and that was a 2023 cost only. So obviously in 2024, that 1.2 million comes off. So it artificially looks like the percentage of decrease in the department is significant, but it's related to a grant. And again, there was also some slight salary-related reductions due to that restructuring. And one more note for the committee is that land use bylaw consultation and rewrite costs are included in 24 and 25 years respectively, and that some of the expenditure related to that will decrease in 26 onwards, and that's why you would see a drop in planning general in 26 and 27. So just to explain that decrease. And there were a few minor tweaks to the other program areas under planning and development. Municipal Planning Commission was slightly reduced, closer to actual average expenditures. And the economic development program itself remains relatively consistent with the previous years, as well as the council's work plan for economic development.
All right.
And sorry,
No, go
if
ahead,
I was
finish,
just going to summarize by
Yeah.
saying the planning and development overall budget categories that had those 4 items, which is lot sales, planning general, municipal planning commission, and economic development, sees a year-over-year decrease of 22.8%, again attributable mostly to that $1.2 million operational grant from 23.
Perfect, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you. Sorry, just to confirm because you said this is the gas grant, the natural
That's
gas
correct.
line?
It was a one-time cost in 23. So it
Okay,
artificially
but it
makes it look
didn't-
like 24 is much, much lower when
Okay.
it was a one-time cost.
But it didn't actually go through?
That's correct. It wasn't
So-
spent.
But it is still going to be available in
That
a
would
different
roll
line
in a
item?
whip
In a-
or surplus, and I would look to my finance colleagues to answer that one.
Ms. Serhan?
So that had initially been stated that it was gonna come out of the due from Nordegg, and when we did the analysis at the last strategic planning meeting, there isn't a whole lot of surplus from the lot sales, so there will need to be a funding source identified for that.
Okay, so, but it doesn't go away, it's not identified in your planning operational budget?
Correct. It's not identified 2024 future forward operational budget because I understood it was approved for 2023.
So it would be in the work in progress account?
No, because there was no dollars really assigned to how that was gonna be funded, except that through the Nordegg due from, which there's actually no money left in that account. So there will need to be, if that project moves forward, I mean, there's lots of analysis that has to happen with that project because my understanding is the costs have gone up significantly. So there will need to be priorities set as far as how that project measures up against other projects in Clearwater County and where the funding source is going to come for that.
Follow up?
Yep.
I think that it's important then that we have a strategic planning day regarding that then, because the county's commitment to this project is actually being used for leverage to bring on other partners like the GOA. So if the county is no longer wanting to be a part of this project, then we need to make sure we let our partners know so that they're no longer using the perceived partnership with Clearwater County in order to achieve that gas line funding.
That's absolutely up to the strategic planning committee and council in deciding their priorities and where they want their funding to be placed.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. You mentioned a work plan for economic development. Is that a document that can be shared?
Yes, absolutely, and it was actually attached, if it wasn't this past CAO's report, it was this past meeting CAO's report had links to it where it is on the website, so I can forward that to council again for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet.
Councillor Cermak?
I have something to say about the lot sales in Nordegg. Are they still at the same price they were a year ago? I hear that lots that were bought a year ago are being resold at about a 30% premium. So that should reflect the price in the new lots, I would think.
So the only lots that would be for sale within Nordegg that would have been developed by the county would be for sale by Clearwater County. Otherwise, we have on the sale agreements a buyback option because we want lots to be developed in a period of time. So if we sold a lot in the north subdivision and it's residential or leisure type lots, there's a requirement to build a home or a cabin within 2-year period, or we buy them back. Pricing for any lots would be based on council's direction at the council table in terms of the lot pricing. So that would be, if you recall, we had our realtor here in the summer when we were pricing the historic core commercial lots. And that was based on a formula that included cost of construction and reasonable market. And so that would be how our lots are currently priced. If there's properties with something constructed and being resold on the fair market, then that would be up to what the market would bear. And then future allocations of lot prices may be changed to reflect what current market is. If they're selling out and then moving into private sector sales, then I would imagine our lot prices would increase as required, because we do want to meet that threshold of fair market value for sure.
Yes.
But yeah, certainly there shouldn't be any lots for sale in Nordegg that aren't for sale by Clearwater County, and that would have been specified in a council motion.
Yeah, it's just that, so as I hear that, they figured that the lots are worth at least 30% more than what we're selling them for.
Yeah, our historic commercial core lots, we haven't had a bare lot sale yet. So if they were priced under market, I'm assuming that they would start rolling. So I think they're at fair market, and we just have to get that momentum going to hopefully move some of those sales forward. We did have the one sale of the lot with a building on it.
Yeah, no, these were residential lots.
They were talking about residential?
Yeah.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any bare residential lots on the Hamlet side that are for sale, that aren't for sale by us.
I don't think they were bare.
Yeah, we did have about 5, almost 6 buybacks that I'm aware of in 2023 on Elizabeth that will be going on to market again, but that'll come to council with an evaluation and a lot pricing before they're actually listed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good, thank you.
No further questions? Okay.
That's a good question. All right. If the committee will so allow me, I'm going to move on to the next program. Kim got off pretty easy, no questions, that's good. Moving on to Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services and also the Wildland Urban Interface program areas. And so committee is also aware that we have an intermunicipal collaboration committee. Our last meeting where we talked about fire services budget was November 10th. And at that time, the ICC committee reviewed the regional fire service component of the fire services budget. And that has the 8 program areas for CRFRS, which are administration, training, response, personal protective equipment, apparatus equipment buildings, and fleet maintenance, health and wellness, and fire prevention. And that's all obviously detailed in the further into your council, strategic planning committee budget packages. And again, similar to what I mentioned at the beginning, there's no service level changes for CRFRS from 23 to 24. Obviously, that's prescribed in our 5-year intermunicipal fire services agreement with the town and the village. And that intermunicipal fire services agreement also prescribes the process for which budget is reviewed and endorsed by that ICC committee. And so the budget before you related to regional fire services has been reviewed and endorsed by the ICC. And the county's portion of that regional operating budget for 2024 is 2.2 million. And that's 77% of the regional fire services operating budget overall, which is 3.1 million of expenditures net of expected revenues of 200,000. And then regional cost sharing revenues from our partner is 670,000. So again, 2.2 million is our 77% share of that 3.1 million overall. Next, under fire services is also wildland urban interface budget. This is a separate county program, and there was additional 3-year provincial grant that the committee will recall that was approved in 2022. It's good till March of 2025. That was $1.5 million grant-funded program. The overall, the WEEP program is operationally fully funded by that $1.5 million grant. The committee may also recall that when the program's inception started in 2019, that we had a little bit of capital expenditure into essentially the Type 6 engine skid that goes in the back of a pickup truck. And that was approximately $20,000 at the time, and we repurposed a pickup truck from fleet to cover that. So we'll talk about fleet when we get into capital tomorrow, but operationally the program is funded by that $1.5 million over that 3-year period. And just going to the percentages of increase year over year, like I did with the other program areas, the regional fire services, or CRFRS, will see an increase of 5.3%. That was what the ICC committee discussed when they met in November. Most of that increase is related to adding a paid-on-call health spending account. And I think, if you recall, our HR manager, Janice Anderson, had presented that at strategic planning to Clearwater County back in October, if I'm not mistaken, end of October. And that was something endorsed at that time. And the ICC supported it, and they added it to the regional cost share formula. So the overall cost of that health spending would be split amongst the partner municipalities. So again, are 77% of the total of that. It makes up the bulk of that 5.3%. So they were given option A or B, and they chose to add and support it, of course, for good reasoning. That Mrs. Anderson was able to provide us as background in going forward with that ask. So we were happy to have that endorsement at the ICC level. And so that 5.3% increase for fire services is mostly that health spending increase. And then, of course, there would be the modest salaries and wages that would be consistent across the board for all county staff. In the WUI program, it does appear that it has a 19% increase. I just wanted to note that in salary and wages particularly, and it's not representative of an increase in wages year over year. It was actually an adjustment to correct a grid that was wrong in the budget software. So last year we were underfunded, I guess, in that program. So apologies for that error. So I just wanted to be clear, especially if anyone else is running the numbers, that one area didn't see a significant salary and wage increase. It was just a correction of an error in the system. Again, wholly grant funded as well, but we didn't increase their salaries and wages that amount just because it's grant funded. So just wanted to make sure that was known and clear. And that would be it for fire and WUI, if there's any questions.
Any questions on that area?
Into the details.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Just in the response section, is there a way for us to pull out how much that we should be billing to the province for medical? So we can send them a bill for a service they're supposed to be providing?
Yes, unfortunately, I don't have any legislation that supports us being able to bill them, but wouldn't that be great? It would be lovely if we could
had a number,
100%
we could at
bill
least
them, and
try.
I expected this question may come up. So I was just gonna look at the numbers here. Just give me 2 seconds and I will pull it. So
It's like you've met me.
I have. So in the response category, so I'll just give you the call volumes for 2023 year to date. When I pulled them on December 4th, we were at 706 calls, and that was not including assistance. So that was original station responding calls. There could have been another 150 or 200 from other stations responding if it's a larger event. So that's 706 911 calls that we would be responding to. And in 2022 overall, for perspective, we had 671, 644 in 2021, 473 in 2020, and 478 in 2019. So you can see that from 2019 at 478 to over 700 in 2023. We're not done yet. There's one more month. So, if we're averaging in 80, we should be closer to 800. So that budget area did see a very slight increase in paid-on-call salaries and wages to kind of anticipate that the call volumes will remain constant because we've under-budgeted year over year for that response category. In terms of medical calls, I don't know if I wrote it down, but oh yeah, here I did. Year to date, we're at 208, and that would be first response or assistance response. So we're over 200, and we had over 221 and 22, so 2021 and 2022, sorry, lots of numbers. Over 200 medical responses in 2021 and 22, and in 2020 we had 100, and in 2019 we had 109. So it doubled from 2020 to 2021, and then it's remained kind of that constant. So certainly if that's another area, and I'm sure it's been lobbied for in resolutions through the RMA, certainly something that councils could consider continuing to lobby for, and some sort of offsetting funding. We do get modest grant funding related to training for MFR, $7,500 a year. And so, and equipment. So sorry, we get training plus a grant of $7,500, and that offsets some of the cost of medical equipment, so masks, gloves, Narcan, things like that.
I think that really just shows that they recognize that we are subsidizing a program they're supposed to be delivering by providing us with, you know, $7,500 for, you know, a program that they're supposed to be doing. So I understand that 208 of the 208 medical calls, and I know that some of those will be absolutely 100% justified, that fire should be responding to those. The Delta Charlie Echo calls, EMS needs help, there's 2 people on a bus, like, they need our help, and I don't think that our fire service will ever say, and the chief can correct me if I'm wrong, that we would not be willing to provide that help. But it's the other calls, where it's because they're out of the area, that they would never have been called to that if EMS was here, and they're just not here. So is there an opportunity for us to split those calls apart so we can really, like, I find that data helps with the advocacy lobby amount. Like, if we're able to walk into Minister Ellis and say, this stuff should be coming out of the health minister's budget, you go talk to your friend, the health minister, and you should be sending this over to fire. There is a resolution on the floor at RMA for fire services to be compensated for medical first response. We just haven't seen it yet. So hopefully, if we have numbers to go with, we can be more specific on how it's truly impacting our tax-based budgets and how the province should be taking that back. So I would appreciate some really good, strong data to be able to lobby with.
Yeah, you bet. And,
Thank you.
And so currently our data isn't split out that way, but at 200 calls, it would be a manual process, but it could easily be done. It might take a little bit of work, but data could be provided. And certainly it's a little bit subjective too, right? Because we're making assumptions based on anecdotal information. And I know they do get sometimes, you know, distance to ambulance in terms of the time frame when they do get the dispatch call. But that changes quickly if an ambulance is released from a call, as you're well aware. So yeah, even though the data might say 50 minutes out, they may actually beat us to scene 2, which once we tone out a station, they're rolling, that cost averages about $1,200 per call, whether they actually attend or not. As soon as they hit the hall, we have to pay our staff. So, you know, depending on how many people show up, it could be $2,500 in employee cost. It just depends on how many people respond to the call or are available, or what's going on, if there's other calls happening, that sort of thing. So, no, I appreciate the comment. Certainly support the effort to try and recoup that cost, and I know that's something this council has done for many years. Hopefully we'll get across the finish line. But in terms of response, we don't have any, in our fire control and fire services bylaw, the only mechanism for invoicing for fire services for cost recovery is motor vehicle collision. So anything essentially on a roadway that can be invoiced back to Alberta Transportation if it's a highway, or a private citizen's insurance company if it's on a county road. And then the other opportunity is through our deployments, which is all, we don't budget for it because it doesn't come all the time, so we don't expect to get revenue or expenses related to deployment, but that is the other area in which the fire services does draw revenue to try and offset some of those additional costs that we have related to response, but not directly related to medical, unfortunately. Any other
Follow-up?
Yes,
Sorry,
please.
Chief, I didn't.
And sorry, the reason I'm digging further into this is because I don't want us to strategically change what our fire service looks like, i.e. extra staff, a different service level, like an ambulance with staff on it, to solve a problem that should be provided for somebody else. And a number of 208 and constantly climbing we would be remiss if we didn't look at trying to solve that problem, because that's on the backs of our paid and call volunteers. And they're leaving their full-time jobs in order to solve this problem. And for us to offset that and solve a problem then by putting in our own full-time medical service, which is the next step to this, if we want to take that out of the hands of our volunteers, I don't think it's appropriate to do so. We need to put it back on the hands of the province. So I want to nip it in the butt before we have to take the next step to solve the issue, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can carry on.
Okay, all right. Moving on from, and the chief will join me again tomorrow for capital as well, because there's more expenditures to talk about tomorrow as well. Community Peace Officer Program. So again, council has seen the CPO strategic plan. I think it was a 3-year plan that we brought a couple years back, and that aligns with council's over and related to our infrastructure protection of our road system, our bridges, and all of the assets that Eric's going to be talking about tomorrow in his capital budget program. And as well, of course, the one of the #1 reasons why the Peace Officer Program exists is also safety of the traveling public. So we want to make sure we save our roads in terms of cost of resurfacing sooner than would be expected in a life cycle, and make sure we can keep people as safe on the roads by holding them accountable to traffic safety rules. So the committee is aware CPOs are appointed under the Public Safety and Emergency Services new ministry name. Used to be Solicitor General, Justice and Solicitor General, and they undergo legislative, tactical, practical training as you'd expect year over year. So that's part of our operational budget. For 2024, service levels, again, remain consistent, as well as staffing numbers. Our sergeant is taking a leave of absence for a year next year, but that will be backfilled, so the budget remains the same, status quo. And the only additional operational costs of note within the budget to speak to would be, we have an operational lease, so kind of like what we would have talked about with the AFRAX radios, how we switched from buying a physical asset once every 5 years to an operational lease for their in-car cameras and then their on-body cameras. So there are 2 different types of cameras that they use in the course of business that would have been purchased under the CPO general capital. So we have that $25,000 a year capital to replace at life cycle or as they break or what have you, if they haven't life cycled out, and sometimes things just stop working, including parts of my computer yesterday. So it happens. So we have to have, and because the cost of the things are above that threshold, we capitalize them for Clearwater County. So in this case, it's kind of the opposite. We've moved to an operational lease, and then that way, similar to when we talked about AFRAX, the cost of repair and maintenance is reduced, and then they're replaced on a life cycle as the lease comes up. So those costs have been added into the peace officer budget. That with the standard across the board county salary and wage market adjustment, the program itself doesn't see much of an increase. It's a year-over-year increase of 8.8%. Again, almost wholly related to that life cycle replacement of the in-car and on-body cameras. There was a slight increase of our monitoring service through Lacombe Police Service that we track our officers and make sure for that working alone safety component. That's a cost we can't control. And so with those 2 increases and the market adjustment, that makes up that 8.8%. And just as one little note, the general capital, that $25,000 for 2023 was unutilized because we went to that lease for those equipment. And I would expect in 2024, unless something happens to a piece of equipment, that it may be underutilized again. And we can reevaluate year over year if we need that amount, if larger ticket items are moving to operational leases. So. But it does replace other things, so we can talk about capital tomorrow, but capital does replace things like scales and other types of in-vehicle electronics.
Thank you.
There you go. That's it for the Peace Officer Program.
Peace Officer. Any questions in regards to this program? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. It's probably more of a philosophical question. Community peace officers, A lot of other communities I've talked to try to do like a cost recovery on their community peace officer program. Now, I in no way am at all wanting to use the word quota ever, and I know that that's going to be the next question then, is if that's what I'm referring to, which I'm not. I just wanted to make sure that I gave the opportunity then to defend that this isn't a cost share and why, or isn't cost recovery and why, because it's kind of a third revenue based as opposed to expenditure, whereas, like I said, many other municipalities try to do a full cost recovery for their peace officer program. So I just wanted to have you guys take the opportunity to defend why ours is not.
Philosophy would be my answer, and of past and current council would be my answer to that. And although, like I mentioned, the infrastructure protection and life safety are obviously the two top priorities that we deal with. I mean, there are revenues that come in when we have tickets. It doesn't offset the program cost. It is 200,000. I think maybe did we put 225 in this year? Just let me refresh my memory here pretty quick.
225 across.
Yeah, 225 is are pretty close to our average year over year in terms of revenue. And but I mean, our philosophy is based on that kind of council discussions that we've had past and current, and that we're there for education and to serve the community, and sometimes that does mean enforcement, but it's not the primary focus or quota based. And all of our officers, and I'll let Sergeant Miller speak more to her team, but that is not something we've ever mandated in Clearwater County.
Well, and I love your guys' positive ride program and the positive ticket program, et cetera. And that's kind of more what I was getting at, that yes, this is not a cost recovery program, but it's because we have all of these other amazing positive programs that cost money too. So the whole program doesn't pay for itself, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would also chime in that the industry that's out using our infrastructure, that's the key reason why we have this program, and that being as how industry pays for a lot of our other services or helps to elevate that, it's important that you know, we allow industry to, you know, to be within to not abuse our infrastructure, because it is like Minister Dreeshen has now identified, there are resource roads, because they're bringing the resources to the rest of Albertans. So so definitely appreciate the fact that our own CPO system is actually protecting our infrastructure. So did you have something to add, Ms. Sergeant Miller?
Just one thing that Christine did mention, all along in all the years that I've been here, the program has tried to find a nice balance between enforcement and education. There is no doubt in my mind that if the officers and ourselves wanted to, that we could actually bring in that revenue through quotas and other things. But I don't think from a relationship or education standpoint, it would do our program any good. I think it would generate a lot more complaints and concerns with regards to how it's being managed. And we, as far as I know, have a really good relationship with industry. They know that if they get caught with something, that they're going to be dealt with fairly. We don't, so to speak, throw the book at them for everything that they've done wrong or illegal. We pick and choose the things to send the message to them to make sure that they understand that there is consequence, but we're fair with regards to it. And I think that to me has been a really, really good process for our program as far as keeping the consistency within the whole realm of all of the people we deal with.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. No, I agree 100%, but that's unfortunately not what the media portrays it out to be. So I just wanted to make sure we gave you the opportunity to say that, like, that's not what Clearwater County's philosophy is, because it's not, and I know that it's not. It's just always a good time to take that opportunity to show people that we are not out there hiding to try to get everybody, we're being fair and understanding of all of our ratepayers. So I appreciate you doing that.
All right. Any other questions for Ms. Director Hager from the council? If not, we're at the end of our agenda. We're looking for a staff recommendation. Councillor Lawton, motion to receive for information. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you so much.
Thank you, committee.
Thanks for coming, guys.
Now moving along to item 8.1 in our agenda is agriculture and community services. And I believe Director Martinson will be leading this for us. All right. You may go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and the very excited and appreciate the opportunity to come and chat a little bit about the agriculture, community, and heritage budget today. We're very experienced in presenting the agriculture and community portion. This is the first time we'll get an opportunity to present a heritage budget to council as to the committee. As we're all aware, we received that program area in January, so this will be the first budget that we present. The last budget we operated under was presented by the previous department when it was in planning, so we're excited about that as well. I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank my team that were instrumental in preparing and providing the information in front of you today, and thank the Finance Department and the CAO's office for all their efforts in assisting us with being able to get this information to you today too. And like my colleagues, I will try my very best to keep the presentation compact and to the points where we see significant changes, and so we can be efficient with council's time. We'll start with the agricultural portion of our budget, and being that there's no significant changes in ag general, we'll touch briefly on fleet and vegetation management, where we see no changes in service levels, but we are seeing some pressures from inflationary costs around supplies and materials. And then you may almost also note some changes in some cost centers, program areas related to salaries. That's just more some dialing in of areas where we've pulled salary out of one area and put it into another. So we see, for instance, roadside mowing has increased, but roadside brush spraying and roadside weed spraying has decreased. That's just sort of the general honing in of our salary allocation process that we go through with finance on any given year to try to get the most representative costs. Of course, it's often the same people doing the same things, spraying one day and possibly mowing the next, but we want to have those allocations honed in for you so that we can have representative price for what program we're providing service to the community. Land care, we are seeing a little bit of change there, specifically, especially in the revenue, and I think that's for those that have been around a little bit, that's no surprise because there's a lot of grant funding that drives those program areas. And so grant funding ebbs and flows, and we get a big grant, and that covers us for disbursements for a few years, and then we get our pencils sharpened up and we go after some more grants and so on and so forth. So so we have our carried for our land grants, which is basically a grant we receive either from the provincial government or from private industry or for both, and then we pass that funding along on a project-by-project basis. So we see some changes there. We also see some changes in our pine beetle grant. That's moving to FRIA, which is the essentially the commodity group that represents the forest industry. So we will no longer have a operational presence in pine beetle moving forward. We'll still do education awareness for private landowners, specifically with high value trees. So golf courses, private campgrounds, landowners, shelter belts, but we will not be doing control anymore of specific trees within the high value tree realm. We're also seeing increased demand on our carrying from our land project area. So we've moved the appropriate grant funding into the future to represent that increase. We'll touch briefly within the ag production category, specifically the rural beautification. We are seeing a slight increase in that area. And of course, within the rural beautification programming, we have highway cleanup. So we're seeing a little bit driving those changes. Number one, a slight increase to our costs per route. So we're proposing this year to move from $600 to $800, just as a reflection of normal inflation. These groups, things are costing more for them. And so, you know, when we're looking at, the cost benefit analysis for these groups to say, can we muster together and get 20 of our groups together to go pick, a mile of road or 3 miles of road? We want to make sure we stay competitive with other pursuits, and so we have the provincial program that we, in essence, compete with to get people to uptake. But we also have, other pursuits to keep in mind. The number two area that's driving a little bit of cost increase there is bringing on 2 new paved highways. So we're very excited to be able to provide service to the newly paved Leslieville Road. So of course, we don't pick them very first year. We want to make sure that the grass is established and construction is fully done. So next year, we'll bring online the Leslieville Road and of course, the River Road, which is the other newly paved road. So those 2 areas have increased that cost area slightly. Moving into the Ag Service Board program area, we'll see a little bit of increase there, just representative to the increased costs of attending events. So like everything else, materials and registration costs have went up a bit, but also we're seeing an Ag Service Board that's fair bit more engaged than maybe past Ag Service Boards when it comes to attending events and going to various committee level meetings. So that's great. That's takes pressure off of administration to be everywhere and hear everything. And so we see that only as a positive to our overall ag services programming. Other than that, we don't see any significant changes to any other agricultural cost centers. And unless there's any questions around agriculture, I'd be pleased to move into community service.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. The 123, is it 120? 123,000 and change for the ASB grant will be up for renewal in 2025. Is there an opportunity for us to start lay the groundwork of showing that that particular grant that the province hands out in order to provide a needed, legislatively required service, is there a way for us to start advocating for that grant to actually reflect how much it costs to deliver the service that they require us to do so?
That's correct, that the grants cycle will be up 2025. And it's very correct that it has not kept up nearly a little bit with the increase in service level. I mean, to be frank, it hasn't kept up with the amount of downloading that we've gotten, let alone the cost of service level from the original requirement, which was the 3 core acts that really spawned the whole Ag Service Board programming. So yeah, I think, honestly, yes, there is an opportunity, and I think one of the better opportunities to do that would be to bring that up or make sure that it's included as a component of our annual chairman and fieldman meetings, but also informally, as you guys are rubbing shoulders and having discussions to start laying that groundwork, the triple prong approach. Of course, there's always opportunities to write resolutions for Ag Service Board Conference as well as sort of an option. But I think we're not the only one that has this happen to us. So I think a united front or a regional united front would likely be the best. But it's an excellent point as far as something to keep in all of our minds as we move forward into 2025 and getting that opportunity once every 3 years. It's nice to strike when the iron's hot.
Well, absolutely, and we have a very motivated ag minister currently, so it might be a good opportunity for us to try to let him know that the grant funding that is being allocated for these needed services is not adequate.
No, oh, sorry, Councillor Graham.
Mine was actually, I didn't see any other lights, so mine is for community services. Do you want me to bring up the museum now or after you present it?
I mean, this is a great time as we get into community services, absolutely.
Okay, so we had our Rocky Museum board meeting last week, I think it was. And they brought it up then that it was built in, I believe it's 65,000 is proposed for the grant for them. And the staff here built in a $5,000 increase, but they've asked for a $10,000 increase, so it's gonna be asked that we can increase that to $70,000, so just add another 5,000 to the budget line.
Yeah.
Is that all I need to do?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's correct. We'll touch on museums as we get a little bit in, but as committee member mentioned, we did have a museum meeting just after budget was printed, and we assumed or had heard that the museum was possibly looking for an increase. We guessed at 5,000 increase. They landed at 10,000, so we had only built in 5,000 where they are asking for the 10, and so that's a cost share between the town of Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County, where in the past we had both contributed 30,000, and now the ask will be to both contribute 40,000.
So what's the total? Sorry,
the total
increase from what?
from what's in the budget that we're presenting today would just be a total of 40,000 rather than 35. So it's 30.
Just 5.
Yeah, just 5,000.
Yeah.
Please, thank you.
Yeah.
Would like to carry on?
Thank you.
Yep.
So we do have a few increases in community services general. The total increase would be approximately $400,000. A big component of that will be the Elks paving project, and council may remember way back when in the late spring, early summer, a bit of a delegation and information being provided to council regarding the Elks asking for us to pave their parking lot, and that was in conjunction with what will be potentially, should budget be approved from a capital perspective, a large paving project in Leslieville. And so the timing has been timed to try to squeeze that efficiencies out of there. So the work that we've done along with Public Works Infrastructure suggests that a budget of $191,000 would cover that. There's also an increase, a slight increase for our emergent facility infrastructure grants that we work with various community halls and community facilities that we are proposing. We did get a request this year from the West Country Family Services who provide lots of services to the community, but specifically they operate 3 vans for community transport, and they have 3 of them. Of course, as we all know, the costs of maintaining vehicles and operating vehicles has went up considerably over the last few years. They've been steady at $11,500 for many years with their grant from us. They have made a request to increase that to $20,000 this year. We've increased or proposing to increase our event funding policy. We're very excited to share that coming out of COVID, we're seeing a bit of a re-establishment of community events. And with that, those asks are coming to us, you know, such as the Leslieville Block Party or cultural events, a powwow, or other community events. And so because we did exhaust that community event policy and had to get creative with the last few applications this year and in reducing their asks and expectations a little bit, we've proposed that we increase that event policy or event funding line by $2,500. We have included $7,000 in budget in case we move forward with an assessment of the medical building. So there's still discussions to be had around the medical building, and I will, you know, want to be careful about what I share relating to that and the third-party interest that exists there. But we have $7,000 in the event that we have to do an assessment of that facility. Of course, a joint facility with the town. We also have some carry forwards for some food security projects. We have the Ag Society's partnership program with us with their historic school sign project. We have also Caroline Senior Housing funding that we're carrying forward. A bit of an additional $15,000 for capital infrastructure funding as well. So that covers the community services funding. Moving along, there's no change in animal control. Council did hear a presentation this fall regarding to an increase in funding request from FCSS. So of course, that is a partnership between the two municipalities as well as the government of Alberta. Moving along into cemeteries, we're seeing a bit of increase there regarding our partnership with the town of Rocky Mountain House in their Pine Grove Cemetery. So the town is proposing to replace some cemetery runs. For $15,000 would be our cost share on that project. Also, they're proposing to construct a columbarium there that would assist them in conserving some land. So when we move to columbariums, that means we're not putting cremation urns in the ground. We're being able to put them into a facility which uses more airspace than ground space. I mean, there's a bit of a footprint with the columbarium, but of course we can build up and we can use airspace rather than ground space. And they are a little bit hemmed in with that cemetery, of course, on a couple, 3 sides. And of course, trying to minimize the amount of land that we use is always a consideration in the cemetery planning world. So there's that. Into our realm, we are proposing for this year that we continue to move forward with our cemetery bylaw. That is legislatively required, and though we don't quite tick that box right now, we'd sure like to bring ourselves into a world where we can say we're compliant with the Cemetery Act, and the cemetery bylaw would cover both the cemeteries that we are required to operate and those that we have community groups operating. I think that covers the changes in cemeteries. Any questions there?
That the cemeteries then conclude the full community services, correct? Or do you have anything more to add to community services? I'm just kind of taking it into chunks.
That should cover the full community services, though I'd be happy to address anything that I might have not addressed in that summary.
I would like you to address the email that we just got this
Oh,
morning.
sure.
Please.
Yeah, that actually is recreation.
Okay,
Um,
we haven't talked about that yet.
So if I may,
Yep.
I defer that
Okay,
until the
that's
next
fine.
section.
Okay, sounds good. Counselor Northcott.
All right, thank you. Just having meetings with the Carolina Ag Society. I know there's deficiencies in the arena to meet fire codes and stuff like that. I was just wondering if anywhere in here, if there was any considerations to maybe help assist in any funding or to be able to get that building into compliance, to be able to hold their, bigger events.
Yeah, so we have provided funding in the past to through our emergency facility infrastructure grants, and so I did discuss about increasing that area by 10,000 for next year, including and then increasing some adding some engineering there for 50,000. So this year we did do all the engineering for that project, and we've provided project management services. The remainder of the costs will come out of the Carolina Ag Society's emergency capital facility grant, where they're holding at the start of this year close to $1 million in reserve for emergency repairs. That reserve is been built up on surpluses from funding the county has provided them over quite a few years. And the agreement, very few community groups we provide funding for are allowed to or permitted through agreements to keep their surplus. Most groups have to provide their surplus back to us, but recognizing that they operate a fairly significant piece of infrastructure, the county has agreed to historically to allow them to keep their surplus, to put that into a emergency grant. And so when things like this happen, it's an expectation that they draw on that emergency grant to fund those projects. And you know, they've had that emergency grant for some time. They've been able to generate interest off of it and things of that nature. So that is where that funding will come from. Also, their roof repairs will come out of that emergency fund. So it's the expectation that $1 million will probably be drawn down next year to the tune of $500,000 or so. I believe that's still a fairly safe amount to have in an emergency reserve. They also have another emergency fund, and that's called this council. At any, you meet every 2 weeks. If there is a emergent issue happening at that facility, my team and I are very engaged in bringing that issue directly to this council and help, having an opportunity to provide a solution. So I think they'd be well looked after using those avenues for funding. We are also working closely with them as we speak to potentially provide support for a CFIP grant application for next year. And we're also doing some research for other grants that they could potentially source. So using that emergency fund as matching funds, we're hopeful that they could get some grant funding as well.
No, thank you very much. I did attend just as an alternate member there, but they do have a historical event there that does show positive returns, and I don't know, like those events cannot proceed right now with the current status of the building and being deficient with those not being able to meet those fire codes. So then those events that have shown to be successful in the past can no longer proceed. And as far as emergent, I did attend the meeting and I did say that I would bring it up here just to raise awareness and let council know that if there's even any opportunity to provide or any assistance or any funding and to be able to possibly get those deficiencies met and corrected and then just wanted to bring that up for awareness.
Councillor Surma?
Yeah. Mr. Mertensen, I see the 1.109, 989,000 in general for 2024. That includes all of our halls and the museum and the Ag Society in Caroline. That full total for in the general under community services. That's all lumped into one, right?
Would you refer to what page
I'm
for
on
the rest of us?
page 205,
Thank you.
the 4-year plan. Community services, general.
Yeah, so those are all of our community hall transfers.
Yeah, and insurances that we supply and stuff.
I will say that insurance does come out of corporate services budget. And so
Okay.
you'll be seeing their, sort of rolled up insurance line item. I believe their presentation's next. So it does not include insurance, but it does include all the grants that we provide to, the community halls. It includes, community groups such as West Country Family Services. It has this year, as I pointed out, Leslieville Elks Paving Project, which is a significant amount of money that's driving the increase. It covers, those types of community type projects. It also includes, in one I didn't mention, is the funding that we provide to the Hospice Society, including the increase that they've asked for this year. So that would be $65,000 of regular funding, plus the $20,000 that they asked for during a recent presentation, which would bring them up to $85,000. So yes, community transfers would include all of those groups, but it does not include museums. That is under culture, and we will be moving towards that shortly.
Oh, okay.
And it does not include recreation boards and recreation projects, as we'll be moving towards that shortly as well.
So the Caroline Museum would come under heritage.
Caroline Museum would actually come under culture,
Okay.
just because we don't operate it. Our heritage programming is just things we operate. So yes, it's a little bit convoluted, but it makes sense to us. And so yes, the community groups, think kind of transportation and community halls and those types of programming.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. All right, moving along to Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. A couple of questions. Who owns the hub?
Yeah, that's the hub specifically.
Or hub, like that whole,
Yeah, the Caroline Arena Complex in Southeast Rec Grounds is owned by the Village of Caroline. As far as the arena, the hub, the parking lot, the county owns the Southeast Rec Grounds, which includes the baseball diamonds, skate park, parking lot south of the play school area. The new proposed batting cage that we'll get into when we get into the recreation funding, that area is owned by the county, and that is in the county. So the village county line is right there. And so the county leases the Caroline Arena Complex from the village for $1, and we pay almost all of the operating. The village does fund a small amount of specific program things, very small amount, but we fund all of the capital and operating as it relates to maintaining the building and operating the building. The village contributes a small amount towards programming specific things like funding to the football club or figure skating or things like that, direct programming.
thank you. The 60,000 being requested for a columbarium and cemetery runs by the town, what agreement is that?
There is, I believe there is a formal cemetery agreement. It's fairly old. It hasn't been updated for a while. Typically, that's a 50-50 cost share. There is a significant amount of Clearwater County residents that end up in the Pine Grove Cemetery when their life here is finished and they need their last forever home. They will go there. If you look at the map, there isn't a lot of county operated or community operated cemeteries in that area. And so, the closest one would be Leslieville. potentially Garth out west, down Rocky Wood Road, or Horse Guard towards the Lunds. So that's a little bit of a large area that that the town that town cemetery draws to.
Thank you. The reason I ask is because it didn't come up at ICC and yet is being discussed when we talk about the renegotiating the rec agreement. So I was a little confused on what agreement that this was actually being attributed to, just because it hasn't been consistent messaging with the ICC and the rec agreement negotiations. So thanks for clearing that up.
You're welcome.
Councillor Northcott.
Thank you. Just one, thanks for the information about the hub. Is there any a user breakdown for the residents that utilize the hub versus like the residents of the village of Caroline versus the residents of Clearwater County? Is there any information to show what percentage of users would be Clearwater County residents for that facility?
Typically, no. There is no dump card for recreation, if you will. I guess that's the best way I could explain it. But we do have, a bit of information as it relates to minor hockey, because of course you have to provide some, an address there. But like generally speaking, if you wanted to go to a free skate, nobody's asking town or county, when you roll in and either take advantage of a completely free service or a user pay service. Now I'm gonna suggest if you're paying $10 to go for a free skate, that's coming nowhere near cost recovery on that. Yeah, so I guess really the best answer to that question, Councillor Northcott, would be no. There really is not any definitive information about that specific split.
Seeing no further questions, you can carry on, please.
Thank you. Chugging into recreation parks. We have proposed an increase of $300,000 for what this committee might recall would be a bid for the summer games. We are disappointed to be able to share publicly with this committee that we did not receive, we did not win that bid. We lost out to Strathcona County, and they will be hosting the 2026 summer games, 2025.
Oh, no, 2026, sorry. You're
Yeah,
right.
ooh, I was like, dang, they,
No, 3 years.
they're
yes, thank
they're
you.
so good they did it a year earlier, but yeah. It was a valiant effort, and I appreciated working with Chairman Swanson on that committee amongst others from the town and the community. We took our best swing and weren't quite successful, but that's okay. We'll swing again, I'm sure. And so I have had a discussion with Finance Manager Serhan, and I understand we'll make those changes in the budget prior to final approval for council. We also are proposing the development of 2 new outhouse or latrine facilities for our community. One would be a replacement in the Burnstick Lake day use area. That facility is very much at the end of life. I believe it's greater than 20 years old, becoming a little bit of a public hazard, certainly a maintenance liability, and possibly moving in towards a safety hazard. We've also heard over the last couple years that the community of Withrow would be interested in having a facility developed in association with that community, likely in association with their playground or potentially their community hall church area. And so we have proposed an increase of $30,000, so about 15 per facility, to develop those projects, and we would do a little more consultation with the Withrow community to hone in on the exact location there. We are proposing $15,000 to support the Black Mountain mountain bike trail project that is ongoing in Nordegg. So they've done a tremendous amount of work this year at developing a downhill mountain bike facility on Black Mountain. Community driven, and they've gotten a tremendous amount of grants. Council has received a delegation. I was just trying to think if that was in this calendar, if it was the year before. I have encouraged their group leadership to come to council and provide an update, because I know they've done a tremendous amount of work. This funding would be to support the graveling of the shuttle road. And the shuttle road is just simply the road as a downhill, you race downhill on your mountain bike, and then you gotta get back up to run again. And on a ski hill, we have a ski lift, and on a mountain bike, project like this, you have a shuttle road, and you shuttle back up. And so that's, to gravel that. This was sort of a logging / fire road that was in existence, so they've graded it out this year, and we just need to get it graveled up. It's a fairly significant project. It's about 8 miles of road, roughly. So we will be looking at funding about 50% of their gravel haul. We understand. It's not as wide as a traditional road, of course, but it's nonetheless a significant project. We're proposing $200,000 for rail trail as well within recreation. And then we have a $300,000 carry forward for rail trail moving into next year. So to continue on supporting the government of Alberta to match their funding and continue to push that trail, which sort of made it to Baker Road, or very close to Baker Road around the Baker Sunset Creek area. And next year we hope to possibly push that trail with partnership with the province, to Chambers and maybe beyond. And again, building the way we do, we build as efficiently as we can. And if we get, 20 kilometers, great. If we can get 25 kilometers, even better, or whatever the number is. Lots of small tributary crossings for this next stretch. So those do sop up a bit of the funding, of course, but we do have some, good plans together. So we hope to be able to continue on.
Perfect. Any questions for Recreation? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. With regards to the rail trail, is that a confirmed match? The GOA has come forward with their portion of this? Because last I heard, they hadn't funded their portion of the rail trail. Happy to hear better news.
They've funded it. They just haven't funded it in our coffers. They will be building it themselves for next year. So they have confirmed that funding, and they are got plans to do it. We believe that, or my opinion is that that funding's best sent to us because we can build more efficiently. But that's the plan for next year. And I know we've done a little bit of lobbying, administratively, but also from the governance end to try to convince them for 2025 that they should continue to give it to us. Very confident that we'll find that we will have built to a more cost-effective way up until now. And I'm hoping that come 2025, we can continue to get that funding. It's not that we want the work. I think we got lots of work here, as we can see. I just think that we can do it more efficiently. The way we build on a day labor basis, just like our road rehab projects, the way we are potentially able to leverage partnerships like with West Fraser to be able to get decommissioned logging bridges. Not sure if your industry, if you want to give the regulator a bridge, you might want to give your county friend. We don't regulate the forestry industry. So, we're still having those discussions, and I'm still fairly confident, but it is fairly locked in that for 2024, they will build, we will build. It's kind of like maybe the Intercontinental Railroad. We'll start on either side and drive a golden spike in the middle. But for 2025, maybe we can change that.
All right. Follow up?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, Minister Lowen was very receptive and absolutely agreed that we are significantly more nimble and oftentimes able to do things cheaper than than the GOA. So hopefully with any luck, we actually could see some more partnership in even 2024, because Minister Lowen was very receptive to that.
Yep, very true. Yeah, we had a good meeting as you're well aware on the Tauntaun Bridge when we had a little event there. So yeah, no, we're still, we have lots of momentum for the rail trail and we want to continue with that.
Thank you.
Moving into culture, if it pleases this committee, we are seeing a bit of an increase for slight increase for libraries, and you know, and that's just to keep up with, you know, the overall costs. Those buildings have utilities, and as we know, those utilities have continued to inch up over the last few years. Caroline Museum has made a request to increase their allocation by $8,000. And that is the Wheel as a Time Museum. Very proactive and busy museum. And they got a lot of buildings there, as many of us know when we drive by there, to maintain. And they do an excellent job. And of course, you know, they do it to a historical and heritage standard, as we do when we work in our mine and museum sites. So those costs are tricky to manage, and those materials and contractors are tricky to source. So, you know, always have a lot of respect for Caroline Museum for how they're able to juggle that. And it's a fabulous little place. If you haven't been there recently, I'd really encourage you to do that. Also, very much the same with Rocky, and what they do there at the Rocky Museum is tremendous. Councillor Graham brought up earlier the increased ask there, and in the same realm as Caroline, their costs are only going more. They have gotten some tremendous donations recently of some really cool buildings and artifacts to fill that from a very well-known and highly respected community member. And so they're excited to be receiving those, but of course to be able to receive and conserve a collection of that nature, it costs money. And also they have some succession management to go on there. It's not a it's not a really regular type skill set to be able to operate a museum. And so they're going through a little bit of a succession project there, where they're interested in sharing the information and making sure that they can move forward when their long-time staff do choose to leave. And there's no, you know, set date or anything right now, but you got to think about these things if we want to be in a sustainable community, and we do, of course. So yeah, those are a few of the high points to touch on when it comes to the Rocky Museum. And yeah, that pretty well wraps up the culture area of our budget. Moving into the kind of rec boards area, we really have not a lot of change within our rec boards. We are no longer carrying forward funding. When we originally started, we did carry forward a little bit of funding because they were new. And a lot of people, you know, the community didn't quite know that, you know, this funding was available or how to access it and stuff. So we did have a bit of carry forwards in the first few years. Now we're being, you know, we're allocating all the funding, and we're, you know, got our process in place for advertising, and I think things are ticking along very nicely. So yeah, I think that's really all there is to share about those. Within these cost areas, we do have the town's rec operating as well. I don't think there's a huge amount of change there. You know, we are still moving forward and continuing to progress with the rec agreement, and so we expect that to be in front of councils in this coming up year, barring anything unforeseen. And I know my department had a really good opportunity to provide a lot of input to the CAO as he leads us through that negotiation and helps lead council down a path. So yeah, we're looking forward to that as far as rec operating goes. Questions about town rec operating.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. How much of the town's requests are actually within the current rec agreement?
So the entire budget as presented to ICC is included in rec operating. So that does include projects outside of the rec agreement. That includes the spray park and the North Saskatchewan River Park. As always, we are putting it in front of council for your consideration. Our recommendation would be that we approve those components. But we wouldn't release the funding until we have a new rec agreement. That would be our commitment to council at this time. We would send all the funding to the town as requested that's within the agreement. Unless council wishes to make a different motion or direction to administration. That is the process that we've dealt with in the past, where we've put it in budget and we've waited for a supplemental resolution by council to distribute that funding. We have distributed that funding in the past, and that was, in my words, a bit of an olive branch to the town to get us on the right track to negotiating a new rec agreement. As I mentioned just previous to this, we are well engaged in a rec agreement after waiting our turn. We had other agreements that arguably were the programs were absolutely not more important. Recreation is very important to this community, but the agreements were maybe more. It was necessary to negotiate those agreements first, like airport and waste and lagoon and those types of things. So we've been patiently waiting our turn, and our turn is here. We're in the process of doing that, and we're very excited to see, administratively a good draft that we've presented to the RCAO, and so we see a tremendous amount of work and effort going on to start that process for the rec agreement.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Graham?
My question is a statement, and it's actually back to the last one. I kind of missed it coming back here from recusing myself. I just wanted to thank you very much for the outhouse in Withrow. I know that would mean so much to that community. It's kind of tough for, I think, Withrow and Alhambra, our little small hamlets, because they see all this investment happening in the bigger hamlets. So I think that, thank you very much for getting that into the budget, and I think if passed, that would go a very long way for the community.
Thank you for that comment, much appreciated. Moving along, nothing really to really share about Caroline Recreation. They continue to do an excellent job on our behalf over there. They've got a good team that we work very closely with, and as well as the board that council, of course, works very closely with. So nothing really to share there. And so that really concludes, no changes in Nordic Recreation. It's business as usual there. So yeah, that really concludes everything that we have in rec boards. And I'd be pleased to move to our last branch, which is Heritage. We see some work to be done here. We have some increases in Heritage General as it relates to reestablishing our presence at the museum. We want to, and we have extended the county's operational period in Nordig through its museum. We're now operating there, in essence, year-round with moving our library there. But also we do have a staff presence there basically weekly all year. And so we have staff that will go there and they will do work almost every week there as it comes to conserving our collection and managing our facility there. So if we need to provide service in the off season to the community, either our work with the community association or Explore Nordig, we have the ability to do that now. And so we're very proud to be able to say that we offer that. We also, with that comes, a little bit of tooling up, to make sure that we have the ability to operate there. So you'll see some increases in our heritage area that reflects, that. We are planning on and very excited to have our displays and new collection areas within the two rooms in the bottom of the museum opening May long weekend. That projected date is still good, and so we are still very excited. It's going to be down to the last few days there, and like it was when we get the mine site open this spring, it's going to be a pile of work, and we're going to cross our fingers and work real hard to make sure that happens. And so to facilitate that, we have put some money in budget for that grand opening. We want it to obviously include council and dignitaries in the community, and so we're working with communications and other facilities and other stakeholders within the county to put on a plan an event that's going to do the justice of the considerable amount of work and resources that went into that project and the time that it's taken to get there as well. Mine site, we do have some increased budget there, and because it was a little bit confusing and convoluted when we shuffled some of that funding over. There is a bit of a misrepresentation of some fund of what the budget amount in mine site was for 2023. It's showing 93,000. It actually should be showing 224,000. So that significant increase isn't quite as much as maybe what it appears to be. We will be working with the finance team to get that sorted out. But we are planning on doing a bunch of more work at the mine site, of course. The mine site's gonna always, it's a really old facility, so there's always gonna be a little bit of work there. We did a pile of work last year. We've got planned to do a fair bit of work this year. That amount of work will start tapering off once we get a handle on it. This year will be a lot of consulting with the provincial government, their heritage team, for two reasons. Number one, because we need their approvals to be able to do structural work to the site and to the buildings. Everything we did last year was just bringing it up to speed to be able to operate again. This year now we'll be doing the work that we need to protect and conserve that facility moving forward. Number two, we expect to start cranking off grants, and we expect to be successful at those grants because this is a significant piece of infrastructure for the community. We did thousands of tours last year, and with that, we want to use that as a premise, as well as how significant this site is. We're the only standing briquette plant in Western Canada, amongst other onlys on that site. Largest historical mine site in Western Canada and maybe in the country. So a lot of those things look tremendously good on a grant, and we have identified, I believe, 10 or more grants that we're going to go after, and so we need the matching funding to do that. And along with that, we have planned on increasing funding to install a latrine at the bottom of the site, so down towards the briquette plant. A lot of times we get, the tour is fairly lengthy, and on a hot day we're drinking lots of water, and we get the tour halfway through, and dang, we got to use the bathroom. Well, that's a long way to go back up the hill where there's the bathroom. So we believe it will provide an extra level of service, especially for those that maybe aren't as mobile as they once were, which is a significant amount of our clientele. They can use that facility down there at the bottom without having to hoof all the way back up and maybe miss 20 minutes of the tour. So we would propose that. We're also proposing some strategically placed benches. Same thing, sometimes it's nice to have a little seat there. Even when I was on the tour, it was, dang, it'd be nice to have a little seat now and listen to our great tour guides. So we'd like to strategically plunk some benches where our staff have identified where you start seeing those folks leaning on the old winch or something like that. So We would like to have a little bit of merchandise. You know, that was one of the biggest asks that we had. Well, can I get a keepsake? And I want to make it very clear, we do not want to compete with any of the fine businesses in town that already offer a lot of that. But we do want to market ourselves. We want you to leave there and tell all your friends and have a little bit of a, you know, whether it's a fridge magnet that your cousins will see and go, well, that's cool. Well, you got to go to Nordegg and get a museum. So we'll potentially consider a little bit of merchandise that would kind of help us market, but also fill a little bit of a gap so you had something to leave the museum with. So I think that that concludes my presentation here with Heritage, and if there's no more questions, that concludes my my operating budget presentation.
Councillor Cermak.
I just want you to go back to Rocky Mountain House Recreation Capital. Can you tell me exactly where that pump track is at? What we've done? I'm all fuzzy about what took place there.
Yeah, so the pump track would be kind of in that skate park museum sort of area. I'm not sure, for those maybe a little more familiar with town, if there's a better way to describe that. It's community driven. There's a significant community group that has done a significant amount of work to design, engineer, and fundraise for that facility. They have a CFIP grant outstanding, and so this is matching funding for a CFIP grant. Presumably, if they don't secure the grant, they wouldn't move forward with the project, or they would significantly change the scope of it. That would require a trip back here. We wouldn't release the funding because what they presented to you during their delegation is really what we expect to fund. And so if the scope changes, we would have them come back to council and potentially ask for your approval to rescope that project if they don't get the CFIP. If they do get the CFIP and the project moves forward, then we would provide the funding to the community group upon confirming that they have that grant. And it is a partnership or a matching scenario between the town, the county, and then the CFIP grant from the community group.
And our share is?
$250,000. Our share. So then that plus the town, and then CFIP funding.
But just to reiterate, if they don't get the grant, the scope of what they are proposing would shrink, so.
Possibly, or it's possible they would have to defer and take another kick at more grants. I don't know if it is a project you could rescope or not. It's really hard to say. I would leave that up to them and their consultants, but yeah, if either way, we would be holding on to that funding and have them come back to council and represent if you know, if any of the if anything changes from what they presented to you folks at the delegation. And that's standard practice for us when it comes to community funding. We want to make sure the council gets what they were pitched, no bait and switching. So if the project moves forward as presented, funding would go out. Project scope changes, it's fine. Just come back to council and re-update them and make sure that they're on the same page. And in my experience, you know, this council or other councils has always looked at, you know, those projects favorably. If you liked the project before, you probably like it still. But no, if it changes at all, we would definitely have them come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you. I think Director Martinson probably clarified everything I was going to hope to clarify there, but I think if we keep cutting the branches off that olive tree, the picture should get clearer very quickly. So I hope we're there soon.
Sure. We'll bring the mulcher.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Sorry, so many things that I want to say back to that comment, but I think it's best I don't. I just wanted to commend your team on the amazing work you've done in Heritage. When I first started in this chair, I didn't think we'd ever have to be able to walk on the mine site again and or work in the museum, or see the museum grow. So thank you very much for the hard work that you guys have done. Yes, it is a hit to the budget, but it should be because it's something that you guys are working extremely hard on and it benefits the community largely. So I'm really hoping that those grants come through. But again, you guys took that ball and ran with it, and I really value what you guys did with it.
Thank you. We appreciate council's support and confidence and the CAO for giving us the opportunity to be in that world. We very much enjoyed it, learned lots, and we'll do the same next year.
I echo the sentiments, and I will also say that, you know, we're very fortunate because it's part of that rail trail as well. Like, it's all joins together, in my opinion, and, you know, with that, it's not only enjoyable for, I'll just say, the Nordegg community, but it is through the whole region. I think we are all proud, right from south to north, east, west. I think that's, we have a lot of gems in our region that, through that particular programming can help identify future gems in the future too, so that we can identify as a council. If there's no further questions, we have a motion in front of us. Okay, Councillor Cermak, you will. Motion for information, to accept for information. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 15-minute break. And welcome back. And we are down our agenda to item 9.1, corporate services. So I will turn it over to Director Hagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Corporate Services Draft 2024 operating budget is comprised of 8 areas of responsibility. First of which is corporate revenues. These belong to the organization as a whole and are estimated to increase by approximately $1.1 million in 2024, or 2%, compared to the approved 2023 budget amounts. Primary driver of this increase is an assumed 2% increase in the municipal property taxes. So that's an assumption we've built in. That's open to debate by this committee as we go through the process over the next 2 days.
Thank you.
Within the corporate revenues as well are some adjustments we've made to interest income, as Mrs. Serhan referred to in her opening remarks. Any questions on revenues before I go on?
No? Oh, sorry. Deputy Reeve Malhoff?
I'm sorry, I was writing instead of looking at the questions I had. What was the projection number for the broadband revenue? Because there isn't one listed. So we have an approved, or like, so that would be like the assumed, right? And what's the projection?
Exactly, and at this point, we're not sure we're going to see revenue this year because we haven't signed any contracts yet, as discussed at the last broadband committee meeting.
Okay.
So being conservative, I projected 0. That's why it doesn't show. It doesn't put a 0 in there. But effectively, if we do see some this year, that's a bonus. We're focusing on 2024 to start seeing revenue sometime during the year.
Okay. Would it not be prudent for us then to maybe project a 0 for 2024 as well, so that we don't budget for the 350,000 that's being currently projected?
No, we're optimistic that we will. That's our estimate at this point, based on the business plan as discussed at the broadband committee meeting, and based on our discussions that are ongoing with internet service providers, that we're optimistic that we could potentially see that. So again, we don't think we're shooting for the moon with that. We think we are being realistic.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Councillor Northcott?
Just sometimes when you hear the word revenue, you'll think it's a positive, lump of money. For the revenue for the broadband, would that, if there was generated revenue, maybe projected or whatever, would that exceed the costs to operate that?
No.
Thanks.
And you'll see that in the broadband section when we get there.
Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Eve, I'm confused with the numbers in the operating summary and on this sheet here, that they're quite different. The revenues and expenses are quite different.
They're actually not. Can you be more specific?
All right. Broadband revenues are 94,000.
Okay, are we?
And expenses are 649,000.
And I haven't gotten to that section yet.
Pardon me?
I have not gotten to that section yet in my presentation. Broadband revenues will be within the broadband section, not within the overall corporate revenues.
Okay.
Okay. So, can you carry on with your presentation, please?
Thank you. Financial services expenses are expected to be approximately $58,000 higher than the 2023 approved budget. And I'll let Ms. Serhan speak to that. It's about a 5.6% increase.
Okay, Ms. Serhan?
Thank you. Yeah, there's just a slight increase in the salary and wages, and then there's another small increase in some contracted services for some accounting work that we're planning on having done in 2024, as well as materials bumped up slightly in 2024 and then going back down in 2025.
Any questions in regards to financial services? Carry on.
Okay. So general corporate services, this is a bit of a catch-all for anything that's not allocated to one of the other specific areas we've talked to. It also includes records management here. We're not spending enough on records management to justify having a whole sub-department of its own yet, but should we reach that point at some time, we can always create that as well. So those costs will be lumped into this general corporate services. And here the expenses are approximately 141,000 or 6.1% higher than the approved 2023 budget. Keep in mind the original 2023 contingency budget that was originally approved at 500,000 was subsequently adjusted downwards to just over $75,000 during the year. And that reflected related council resolutions. So we started with 500,000, council approves a budget adjustment, we reduce corporate services budget that includes the contingency, we increase the budget wherever council is directed that program get the budget increase. So restoring that amount back up to 500,000 for 2024 for consistency reflects an increase of almost $425,000. Now, offsetting this increase, other corporate services expenses have actually decreased by 283,000, almost 284,000 between 2023 and 2024. This is mainly attributable to a lower estimate of uncollectible taxes for 2024. Our experience, as reflected in the projection, I think Mrs. Serhan touched on it this morning as well, is our experience collecting outstanding taxes has dramatically improved over the last couple of years, and in particular 2023, thus contributing to the anticipated surplus balance in 2023.
Any questions in this particular area? No, seeing none, carry on.
Assessment's an interesting area for budget for this year. Nothing's changed in terms of our program delivery here, our staffing model, our supplies, anything like that. The key here is that revenues are approximately $137,000 lower than they were in 2023 budget, and the expenses are $61,000 lower than 2023. Both of these changes are due to the expiry of the hybrid designated industrial property assessment contract with municipal affairs at the end of March of 2023. So previously, we were experiencing higher contract revenue from the provincial government, municipal affairs specifically, than our contract with the assessors. So just for a refresher for the committee and anybody watching today, this refers back to Mrs. Serhan's point about oil and gas, industrial properties in general, those assessments moving to a provincial model. This happened, I believe, around 2018. Municipal Affairs was not in a position from a staffing resource perspective in order to perform those assessments themselves, so they created these hybrid contracts where they would contract with a municipality such as Clearwater County. We would in turn contract with an assessment firm to go out and do these assessments. It's very specialized work for the industrial component of our overall assessment role. So subsequently in 2023, our contract expired and the province, coincidentally enough, through an RFP process, ended up choosing the same contractor that we had chosen previously. So that's good news for the county, because any questions that come to us from those folks, we already have a relationship established with them. So that makes it very easy to carry on that way. So that is a change going into 2024. Now that that contract's done, we expect to see fairly level amounts of revenue and expense for assessment going forward.
Okay. Deputy Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Municipalities have already been seeing some discrepancy with the provincial dip, like the way that they are doing their assessment, like different than when they were doing it themselves. Is there a way that we can, I don't know, quality control it to make sure that they are doing the way that, make sure we're getting the assessment that we're due, as many municipalities have already reporting that it's not, they're not getting their due.
I'll pass it over to Ms. Serhan in just a second, but I would add that I think that's one of the advantages that Clearwater County has, given that the province has chosen the same assessment firm that we had. We expect that consistency to carry forward, and we didn't have any particular concerns with that firm when we had them on contract. So I think we've mitigated that risk through that transition of events, but I'll let Ms. Serhan add to that.
Yeah, I would concur with Director Hagan that fortunate that they're using the same contract service that we were using previously, and that being that we have such a large assessment base here that it does take a large team to do the assessment for the industrial property. I'm not sure how other municipalities are faring with if it's a provincial employee versus a contracted service, or how that consistency is happening, or how they were being assessed prior to the province taking it on. So there's, you know, several variables of information that could be happening there.
Thank you. Carry on.
Or information technology. These expenses are approximately $95,000 higher for 2024 than they were in 2023, or an increase of 4.7%, due mainly to higher licensing costs for software applications that we're seeing, increased printing charges, additional contracted services to support procedure development, and the addition of one IT technician position as recommended previously by the Strategic Planning Committee.
Any questions?
Just as an aside on that one, we anticipate over the next year, we're going to be monitoring costs of printing. I think committee members are aware that we've changed the default on printers over to black and white. Our initial estimates show that that should cut our printing costs in half compared to color. Interestingly, even if it's a black and white document that you're printing, if it's defaulting to color, it still costs twice as much because it's using many of the toners to make the black as opposed to just a black toner. So we'll be monitoring those costs, and we'll keep track of that, but we anticipated about a 50% decrease in cost there.
Maybe I won't complain about the black and white as much as I was. It makes seeing mapping, particularly with Municipal Planning Commission and our land use bylaw changes, it makes the mapping actually really hard to read in black and white, because it's colored, showing where the different lines are on the subdivision and where the pipelines are. Like, it does make it more difficult, but maybe I'll stop complaining about it, because if it's cutting our costs in half, maybe there's a benefit.
It is, and we haven't made it mandatory for staff. We've changed the default, but we've also provided instructions as to if there is a document. For instance, I was printing out banking documents the other day for signature, and I thought we should keep them in the bank's colors and so forth. You can go in and change your preference for that print job, and color's still available.
I would also suggest, like I know for myself, it's if I need it in color, I just open up my laptop and look at the electronic copy so that I can reference, you know, that way too. So there's more ways to see color and in that regard. So anyways, great initiative that we're cutting costs. So,
Okay.
All right, keep going.
Thanks. So broadband. So the revenues are $94,000 higher in the draft 2024 budget than they were in the approved 2023 budget. Expenses are $649,000, or 45.1% higher than the approved 2023 budget. Revenue estimates are consistent with the approved business plan, reflect anticipated contracts with internet service providers occurring in 2024. Expenses have been increased somewhat over the approved business plan to reflect upcoming adjustments to that plan for learnings that we've had operating the system so far, and the addition of one broadband technician position as recommended by the Broadband Committee.
Okay. All right, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay, I still have the question that I think you said you're not expecting any revenue. So how are they 94,000 higher?
We're not expecting any actual revenue in 2023. I'm speaking of the increase from the approved 2023 budget to the draft 2024 budget is $94,000 higher. So it's budget to budget, not budget to actual.
Okay, thank you. I understand.
I would also say that you're referencing page 192 when you're talking about that, so that's where I see the increase identified, the 94,000.
192?
Yeah, it's also
192, yes.
Also on the summary on page 172 of the revenues overall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More details there.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yes, it answers that one.
Okay.
Okay. Looking at any other lights? No? Oh, sorry, Deputy Reeve Mel.
Great, thank you. I still don't fully understand the need for a new another staff member to do project management when there's no projects being being determined for the coming year. So there's no broadband projects funded, and yet we're gonna have a project manager to manage a program we're not doing.
And I like your choice of words, program. It's more about the larger program in general than it is just about the construction project. Definitely, as the committee recommends, moving ahead with capital construction, then absolutely this person would be involved in capital construction, lending to that function. But I think what's important right now is looking at filling in the knowledge base. We have one person that understands the whole system that we've built so far now. We want to start transferring that knowledge to more staff so that as we go ahead, we've basically mitigated that risk of knowledge leaving the organization. Also lending assistance and support in developing our management program for the system itself, and then construction will fit into that. So this one is not exclusively about project management, and this was discussed at the committee accordingly.
No, I know it was discussed at the committee, I just needed some more clarification, because, so it's not just an IT, it's not just broadband, it's IT as well, or are those two different positions?
So, absolutely, I'm happy to provide that. Those are two separate positions. The IT position will be providing mainly desktop support, like a help desk support, and that is to help all our departments function, because that's what corporate services is here for. This broadband technician be specific to the operation of our broadband network.
Okay.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. So that broadband technician would be in addition to the network operator?
The network operator is contracted out
Yes.
to what is now called RSG. They've rebranded themselves from Rigstar to RSG. And they are the ones that deal directly with the ISPs and so forth coming on board. They handle our trouble calls, that sort of thing. This person would help be a liaison between our contracted network operator and our IT department.
Okay. I have one more.
All right.
Is my understanding correct then that we spent over $1 million operating this last year without revenues?
Ms. Soren, I'll double check on the expenditures this year, but we have incurred expenditures. We have signed a contract with RSG, and they are a network operator, so we've got a few months worth of contract fees there. They have been operating the network for us. They have been dealing with ISPs and helping us in negotiations and so forth. So they have earned their fees as well. We've had some trouble calls, that sort of thing that we've had to initiate, as well as just through our process of marking where our infrastructure is, exactly the locating service.
Okay.
Okay.
Signa, GIS.
Councillor Melhoff, did you have another question?
Sorry, yes, sorry, I was just waiting to call, sorry.
Oh, I didn't see your mic.
No worries. On the broadband professional services for engineering, I just was noticing the changes on the sheet above. What are we engineering when we don't have any projected programs?
Generally speaking, the engineering would be also far and above just the design of any construction coming up. There might be some preliminary work there, but moreover, integrating our service delivery model as well. Our engineers extend beyond just drawings for us, and they're actually working with ourselves and RSG in terms of rounding out that service provision model over and above just leasing services from us, that sort of thing. What other services can we provide through our relationships with RSG and our engineers to potential ISPs in terms of services that they can take advantage of and provide to their customers?
Okay, thank you for that, because I really would like us to try to capitalize on the efficiencies that can be found by having a contractor, should a program go forward, engineer as they go and kind of find efficiencies that way rather than pre-engineering, giving a, you will build it this way type thing. I think it'd be more effective for us, considering the diversity of our municipality, to kind of engineer as we go and not have a, this is how it's gonna be done. There is no room for wiggle. So I was hoping that that wasn't the case. So thank you for clarifying that this isn't, we're building a million drawings, where there's a lot of other things that are involved in engineering, not just drawings. So thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Would my assumption be correct then that the business plan is being adjusted to make it more attractive to ISBs? Like you expect them to be coming on next year, so there must be some sort of change to do that.
I respectfully point out that I think these are probably questions that are best answered at the Broadband Committee as opposed to the Strategic Planning Committee. But I will say that the proposed changes that we anticipate coming forward to the business plan are more on the expenditure side in terms of unanticipated costs or efficiencies that we found, that sort of thing. So it'll be a fine tuning of the business plan overall.
Okay.
And that business plan as well, just to add to that, is meant to be a living document. It's not a once and done type of thing. As we continue to go and things in the environment change around us and the economy and so forth, we need to be nimble enough to adapt to that and inform the Broadband Committee.
Thank you.
Welcome. Projected costs, yes, we're looking at 1.1 million. I'd have to see exactly where we are today. But we have incurred costs this year, absolutely. Okay, GIS. So those revenues are up just about $16,000 in the 2024 budget compared to 2023. Expenses are just about $22,000 higher for 2024. Revenues have improved due to increasing use of our images being purchased by online services, which I think is very interesting. And additional contracted services have been included in 2024's draft budget to facilitate bringing the land parcel updates that we currently contract out, bringing those in-house over 2024. So we anticipate that we're going to see savings when we go to draft the 2025 budget based on those successes and doing it in-house, because we think we can do it more efficiently and effectively.
Good. Any questions in the GIS? Moving on.
Okay, and communications is pretty straightforward. $160 lower than the 2023 budget, very consistent in terms of what we've seen in our experience over the last year. So overall, net expenses for corporate services are 0.4% higher than the approved 2023 budget when you take all of those components and add them together.
Thank you for that. Is there any further discussion or questions for Director Hagan? Seeing none, I'll move to a motion to accept corporate service draft operating for information. Councillor Graham, thank you. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Very good. Thank you so much. Moving on to 10.1. Office of the CAO, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Chairperson Swanson. So this agenda is before the committee. The draft 2024 operating budget for the Office of the CAO. The general administrative costs have increased by approximately $126,000 or 27.8% from the approved 2023 operating budget. This increase is due to the addition of the full-time floating administrative position that was recommended by the committee and the full-time legislative coordinator position that was also approved by council in 2023. The 24 budgets for those positions will be moved to legislative services following council approval of the budget. If I could just bring the committee back to a previous conversation. with Ms. Serhan, Manager of Finance. She pointed out the shortage in that one department. Every department has operated below capacity this year, bar none. We've seen shortages everywhere. I worry that this is only one position, actually. Public Works Infrastructure is still a person down. Finance is still a person down, and that's at this time. So thank you for that. With the recent reorganization of Planning and Emergency Services, Legislative Services has been moved to the Office of the CAO. The 24 draft budget is $94,806, or 52.4% lower than the approved 23 budget. This draft budget currently reflects only supply and service costs related to the program, with salaries to be added later as described above. The SDAB, the Subdivision Development Appeal Board revenues and costs are consistent with the approved 23 budget, and some preliminary election costs have been anticipated for 2024. Human resource costs have increased by $10,361, or 1.9% over 2023. This is mainly due to the anticipated increase of one full-time status in 2024, offset by savings in contract services resulting from the completion of the job description program in 2023. And to remind the committee, that's anticipated bringing one of our currently part-time payroll up to a full-time. The health and safety draft budget for 2024 is $49,130, or 15.1% higher than the approved 2023 budget. This increase is mainly reflected in the additional contracted services to provide greater training opportunities for staff in 2024. And again, to remind the committee, this is reflective of the morale survey that administration went through in 2023, and training was identified by staff as one of the priorities. So this reflects that.
Questions? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Just wondering what the impact has been this last year of having these vacant positions. Did you hear me?
No.
What's been the impact this past year of having these vacant positions?
Truly, that's immeasurable. That's hard to put. It's kind of the negative of having the fantastic people we have. With the amount of additions that we've seen throughout the year and our staff's ability to continually adjust, even moving shorthanded, it's borne by staff. I don't believe balls have been dropped and things have been missed, not from my experience, but they've taken on more, and it's solely attributed to their dedication and who they are. My fear is, as CAO of this organization, is everything has a breaking point, and that can't be continually relied on, and that can't be the expectation. So it's a matter of augmenting that and making it more sustainable. I don't believe there has been a price that this organization has paid thus far, but could easily happen. You're welcome.
Councillor Northcott?
Well, it's just if there's a root cause to the need for more increased staff, like what's the root cause causing, if you were to look back 20 years ago or 30 years ago in the organization, what's leading to the need for more and more staff?
The easy answer there, Councillor Northcott, is the continual downloading. That's not just expectations from the higher governments, but even the criteria. 25 years ago, I operated under a code of practice. So if I had a bridge washed out, I was guaranteed an approval in 10 days to do in-stream activity. Today, that's 2 years and about $100,000 in engineering. That workload is intense compared to what I did. The approval process, the regulations, and the continual downloading, and this committee's touched on some of them, that has kept our staff even busier, adds to. I would even add into that generic conversation, the safety requirements. Back in the 80s, our crack filling crew was 2 people. And the expectation was if you were out there crack filling, you dodged the vehicles. Or hopefully they were awake enough to slow down for you. Today, you have a signing crew that sets up a minimum 6 standard signs. You have flag people, and by rights. So all these requirements adds to the need of staff. I'll add in public expectation. Operating the crack filling crew, and it switches over into a pot filling crew. I will tell you from an infrastructure standpoint, my priority is crack filling. Protect our paved infrastructure, that's the money. Keep the moisture out of the GBC. Seal that top. Public expectation, I've got a pothole in my dust control, fix it tomorrow. And those expectations require more staff to provide a quicker service. It's a cumulative effect, it really is. I hope that it.
Supplement?
No, it does. Thanks.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. How many staff are you currently down, and how many of those have been a long period of time that you guys have been able to go without? Do we have an idea of how long some of these positions have been vacant?
I haven't kept stats, but I can say off the top of my head, I know of at least 2 that are months.
Okay. The reason I ask is because I know that you guys are constantly finding efficiencies and you're constantly finding ways to make sure that you're doing more with less. Perhaps those particular positions don't need refilled. You guys are doing such a great job that maybe they actually don't need to be filled, and then we can just remove them from the budget altogether.
If one of those positions would be right at the front end, and I would say that's integral.
Okay.
The other one's a permitting clerk. And we have a current floating on a contract filling that in. And those are the inefficiencies right now. We had a temporary position filling in that front end. Phenomenal young lady. So phenomenal that when a permanent position came up, another department scooped her up, and now that's vacated again. Truly, I am not a proponent of empire building. I hear new staff and it actually cringes because that's a long-term burden on our ratepayers, and I take that very, very seriously. If there was an opportunity to cut, I would be the first to take it, and I truly believe that. These positions are integral to the organization. Further efficiencies could be found if we're under one roof. Operating this many houses does take more resources, takes more skid steers, more operators, more parking lot cleaning, more demand on facilities, more demand. There are other efficiencies, but those are long-term conversations. At this time, we're doing our best with what we have.
No, I appreciate that because, I mean, I'm sure you would agree that the best time to remove a position is when it's vacant.
Absolutely.
So you don't want to be doing it while there's somebody sitting in that seat. So just thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, I just wanted to concur with CAO Emmons, but just add a couple of things, like from he has a great perspective of the boots on the ground and how the regulations have changed. There's also been a change in culture, change in perception, and that changes the amount of burden or workload on the staff. So when you don't have an environment of trust between the community and the administration, and operations just don't move along just because everybody believes everybody's doing the right thing, then you have a workload that shifts into making sure you're being, and not that I don't agree that we should be transparent and all of those things, but it just takes more staff time and more workload. Thank you, for sure.
Excellent. So with that, I believe that is all that Mr. Emmons is going to be presenting to us in regards to this agenda item, unless he's got anything else. with that, I'm looking for a motion to accept the Office of the CEO operating budget as presented. Councillor Ratcliffe, would you make that motion? Okay. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. So now moving to item 11.1 in regards to the 2024 draft operating budget. So, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Chairperson Swanson. So this is the draft 2024 operating budget under council. The general administration costs for 2024 are $63,675 or 13.3% higher than 2023. Membership and registrations, legal, material supplies have been increased to reflect the 23 experience, and contracted services have been reduced somewhat. With respect to individual divisional operating budgets, the 2024 draft budget for each division was based on a review of salary, per diem, and travel costs to September 30th, 2023.
All right. So with that, are there any points for discussion or any questions for CEO Emmons? If not, look for a motion to accept for information. Okay. Accept for information, Councillor Graham? So the motion is that the committee accepts for information the council draft 2024 operating budget and operating budget. All right. I will call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Now down to 11.2, members at large conference attendance. Ms. Haight.
Thank you, Chair. This report is to bring requested information forward regarding costs for 8 members of the Land Use Amendment Public Advisory Committee and 2 public MPC members to attend the Community Planning Association of Alberta's 2024 Annual Conference. As you can see here, the total cost per person to attend that conference is approximately $2,500. For 10 to attend, it would be $25,000, resulting in an 18.6 increase to the $63,675 amount noted in the previous agenda item, for a total of $88,745. Administration also thought maybe to go ahead and do estimated costs should council also wish to consider providing other public members opportunity to attend. So there's five conferences per year, and as reported in the item, the costs per person vary, and that's dependent on registration and also dependent on location of the conferences. Some of the conferences are 2 nights, some of the conferences are 3, so that's why you see a varied amount there. So if public members were to attend the additional conferences, that would add another $57,524 to general administration costs, resulting in a 30.7% increase to the previously stated amounts, for a total of $146,269. Thank you.
Thank you. So we asked, the council has asked that to be brought forward for discussion. So looking for discussion on this item. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. With MPC in general, I went to the planning tab and went to their costs, and their significantly less than what is typically projected, or at least that's what the trend is showing here. So perhaps there's an opportunity to give benefit to some of those municipal planning commission members at large there, and it actually would not necessarily affect the budget as much as being indicated here, because there's the projection versus the budgeted versus the actual, et cetera, seem to vary quite a bit on the municipal planning commission line item. And I'm curious why it's a completely separate line item when we can just pull it up in municipal planning commission section, and it could have been noted in the budgets itself rather than a separate altogether. Why wasn't it just put into these individual budget tabs? Like, why is it a separate agenda altogether?
You mean a separate
Yeah,
item?
like it's a separate agenda item when any of the other asks or add-ons or anything like that, you can pull up a tab in here and like you can pull up municipal planning commission's thing in the planning section.
Right.
And to provide the necessary tools for MPC to make decisions such as transportation, food and training, changes, slight reduction in expenditures. And it could have been allotted this much for conferences up for discussion. Lots of the other ones said, this is up for discussion, this is up for discussion, this is up for discussion. And this one is a completely separate line item. I'm just curious why it's a whole different agenda item and not just in the budget, like a lot of other things have been
Right.
buried in a budget.
So,
I will let Ms., can I let Mr. Han, or
well,
would you like to?
to respond, this separate report is in response to a resolution that was passed by council on, at the November 28th regular meeting. They asked for a report on the estimated cost. So that's why it's not included in the budget, because it was, perhaps maybe
Ms.
Rhonda could
Serhan,
speak to
please.
that, but it was as per direction from council for a separate item.
Yeah, and the documents were at the printer by November 24th-ish, and they were actually in our office already on November 29th, so.
Otherwise it could have been added into this. So thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Northcott.
I appreciate it being a separate item for transparency. I don't know if I see just for funding, for priorities, you know, I see the Caroline Arena that could use some assistance, possibly to have that building brought up to meet fire codes with sprinkler systems and stuff like that. So when I see these kind of dollars, I see more of a benefit to the community and Clearwater County residents. Like a lot more people would benefit from having a building that does meet fire code and could proceed with having events, rather than, you know, at this time, going ahead and spending these kind of dollars to attend conferences for members at large. So that's just my comment on it.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
I'm also struggling a bit with this. I can see the benefits, and I can see the possibility where some of these people might be in these chairs one day, and that information would be valuable. It's a lot more than I expected it would be. So I'm on the fence.
There you go. I appreciate the information that's been brought up. I think it's very thorough. It's nice to get the details in regards to the other committees, such as the Rural Professional Health Engagement Team and the Economic Development experience that happened. And we understand that, yes, through the year, there's opportunities for these conferences for our members at large and to attend. But then again, some of them are on I'll just say, an annual membership for some of these boards and committees, and some of them are there for 3 years, like depending on the rotation of some of these members at large, where they sit and where they're sitting in that succession, I would say. So for myself, this is great information. I will not be supporting this, but it's great for information. So going forward, if I believe there's other opportunities to help educate. I believe our staff do a great job for helping educate our members at large. So in that in their roles when they sit, and if those members and council members wish to pursue something else, that could be something that could be a one-off ask, and they can come and see council during the year, in those sense. I don't want it to be an automatic. I guess for myself, I think it should be a direct ask, and you never know, it might be a certain item in a conference that is, this would be very valuable for our county at the time, so I think it needs to be a one-off ask, so. Councillor Loughy.
Thank you very much, and full disclosure, I've read ahead through the other binder, so I know we have some tough decisions coming as to the things we can afford and how we afford them. I know there are a number of things that are good to haves, nice to haves, and things that are essential, and I think for me right now, I think I have to focus on the essential things that bring us the greatest value for and value and efficiency, and I won't be supportive of extra funding going this direction at this time.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve, and thank you very much for the background on this. I do appreciate it, particularly for the MPC board. I'd really love us to try to find some training opportunities somewhere for them. I know that it's a legislative board. It is a delegated decision maker, as is our ag board, and I know our ag board where it goes to ag conference and has a lot of great value in going to that conference. So I really would like us to try to find some type of training opportunity for a board that we have designated legislative responsibility to, as on our municipal planning commission. I think that would be prudent of us to do so. Training is always important, especially when we've given them the powers that they have in order to make decisions. As a follow-up, Councillor Northcott, you've brought up several times the need in Caroline. I would love the opportunity for a presentation. I'm not on the Caroline Ag Board, so I have not had the opportunity to know kind of what their needs are, like other than what we've heard from Councillor Cermak and yourself. I'd love the opportunity to dig deeper into those needs. But I haven't had the opportunity.
Councillor Northcott.
Absolutely, and as far as the Ag Society goes, they are drafting up a letter with all the details on the work that will be required there, so that all council and administration can have all the exact same information. So they're working on that, as far as I know.
And I would like to respond to in regards to training opportunities that Councillor Melhoff has identified, and that is, if we can identify the training gaps, then we can adjust what really needs to be training. At this point in time, we're just kind of high level and just saying it's good. So, and as we understand that each member at large can brings different skills to the committee itself. So with that, it could be different needs, and I've never been on ASB, so I can't say anything to that particular training because I've never been on that particular board. So I have no comments to make. So, but anyways, so looking at this agenda item, if there's no further discussion in regards to that, we would need a motion for a decision, please. Councillor Ratcliffe.
I have a question first, which is, could we offer some virtual training to some of these members at large and to get some benefits but have at lower cost?
Ms. Hay?
I'm sorry, just offer what type of training?
Virtual, like a lot of these sessions are recorded and are available online.
Yes, some of the conferences offer virtual training, but I believe that it is, on my research, the only one that had virtual training last year was the, I believe it was the Clearwater Regional Family and Community Support Services.
Okay.
They were the only ones. But certainly costs would be lower. They usually are, for virtual training.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Loughy.
And would,
Oh, sorry.
me to make a motion then?
Oh, okay, just before you make a motion, further discussion?
And thank you for this indulgence, but just, is there not a mechanism that we can, by a case-by-case basis, see the value in a request to attend some specific training session? I know we do this on a regular basis on our regular council meetings. Is there not some opportunity there that we're not critically defining it within the budget, which means sends a signal that, hey, here's this part of the budget and that is going to be utilized, as opposed to something that there's an obvious benefit to, and then we can use that mechanism to facilitate that training level, as opposed to just a blanket check off the box and it's gonna be there forever, and add, only a small amount, but it is a small amount of the budget that we gotta chip away with, chip by chip, in order to get us balanced. If you would.
Yeah, certainly, it has been done in the past, and it just comes as a request. I believe the last time the request was made by the member at large. However, if there is a counselor that's on a board or committee and would like to request that a public member at large attend the conference, most certainly, just all it would take would be just a report coming to council, and with estimated costs, and then council can discuss and make the decision at that time.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Awesome. So I'll turn the floor back to Councilor Ratcliffe. Are you willing to make the motion now?
Well, I'm not sure what the motion should be.
Oh, okay. Yes, you may, Ms. Tate. Yep.
If I may help.
Yep.
The motion could be as per the staff recommendation, and then should that be defeated, that would close that.
All right. So the motion is the Strategic Planning Committee consider the council draft 2024 operating budget to increase general administration costs from $63,675 to $88,700, sorry. Which line are we gonna use? Or were you gonna make that motion, Councilor Graham? Or-
I can, I was gonna
Okay.
comment on it, 'cause I'm not
Okay,
gonna vote in
okay,
favor
very
of
good.
it, but.
Okay, for sure. Then I'll let, before I get into this, sorry.
Okay, did you want to make the motion, Councilor Radcliffe? Okay, I'd like to make a motion that the Strategic Planning Committee amends the council draft 2024 operating budget to increase general administration costs from $63,675 to $146,269, I guess.
Yeah.
And I'll just say I think you all have mentioned most of my thoughts on why I won't be supporting this motion. I think of when Compassionate Care was in here asking for more money, and to me that is I know it's not technically an essential service, but I think that it is, and for me, those types of things are more of a priority right now. So, and I just, after attending the planning conference last year, I don't know I think that our members would have much more of an advantage having the staff here give them a session, because it's not really, everywhere does things differently, and I think that would be more advantageous to them. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this motion.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Lockett.
And just for clarity, I won't be supporting the motion either, because I believe we can address this with a case-to-case basis as a council.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
I too will not be supporting this particular motion. I do, however, see value in different training opportunities, and I think I agree with Councilor Lougheed that perhaps case by case would be advantageous for this particular going forward.
All right. Councilor Ratcliffe?
I also will not be supporting this motion. I think that Councillor Lougheed's proposal can cover the situation quite adequately.
All right. As mentioned earlier, I will not be supporting, again, case by case. So anyways, all right, I will call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? That motion is defeated. Thank you. All right, with that, I look across to Ms. Zerhan for any closing remarks.
Yes, that was a great day. We got through all of the department's operating programs and services, all the changes, all the increases to service levels. The two things that were identified that I think need some more discussion tomorrow or information is the co-op gas line to Nordegg and the work in progress projects identified as a separate list so that you know which ones of those are funded through previous tax revenue. So I will work on that list tonight so that you have that tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're gonna get into the capital budget. And Alana, can I have you bring up that 4-year summary? Thank you. So tomorrow's session will be concentrating on that capital revenues, capital expenditure, and restricted funds used for TCA. And then underneath that, the unrestricted funds designated for future use and the change to unrestricted surplus. So on this document, all of the annual transfers to restricted surplus have been removed. And then council or the committee can make recommendations to council on what they feel the priorities are moving forward. And if we're keeping them, if the county will be keeping them the same as they have been in the past. If there's more transfers needed than what funds are available, how those funds will be generated, either through increased revenues or possibly debt for certain specified projects that make sense for that. And yeah, so lots of discussion tomorrow, lots of things to go through. And yeah, it's a big presentation, but we have all day, and it's just going to be walking through each of the services, kind of in the assets that support that those services moving forward, and if those services are still a priority the way they are. So really looking forward to tomorrow's discussion.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for that wrap up for today too as well. And I think going forward, we as a council have recognized that the departments want to keep the service levels the way our residents have expected, keep them current. That's the least we can do. I don't think they want a decrease in service levels, and I think that's what's been identified, is that we want to keep them there. All right, so with that, I'm looking at item number 13, which is adjournment. And who would like to adjourn today's meeting? Yeah. Would you like to do that, Councillor?
I'll make a motion for adjournment.
Okay, Councillor Northcott makes the motion for adjournment. All those in favor? Thank you. Have a good evening.